Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to Vintage Story, episode 5 of Attempt 27 on Wilderness Survival Permadeath settings. In the last episode, once again, leaps and bounds of progress, buddy. We built a stand-in clay forging area. We made a shitload of iron. We had some hardship with wind power and our iron blooms, but we did manage to figure it out. We have a beautiful walk-in cellar. We have a really awesome charcoal pit right here, and it's working properly. This is where we process our clay bits from now on. We got a lot of good things going with this base. All we have to do is keep up that momentum. Now, the garden, the farm, is in a very tricky spot. I'm able to sleep, so I'm going to. We're gonna pass some time. I watered the crops right before I logged out. We may not be able to harvest those crops without them incurring like weather damage. We'll have to wait and see. They may get harmed by the cold. So far they seem okay, with most of our spelt even becoming mature now. God damn. Yeah, spelt is probably my favorite crop out of all of them. I know that flax has the utility and everything, but spelt is the lifeblood, right? Like, that's what you eat. It doesn't matter what vegetables you have. Spelt is a very weather-resistant grain, and it's your pie right there, you know? You get so much more spelt than you get rye, because rye becomes damaged due to the heat, right? And this greenhouse actually made it so that we're gonna get a damn near full harvest of the spelt before any cold damage even takes place. Beautiful. Look at that, everything's harvestable. Oh, this is beautiful. Starting with a bang. That's growing spelt. Don't want to harvest that. Okay. That about does it for now. We're just waiting on a few more plants to finish growing. That was nice. That was real nice. Let's go check on the flax. We have some mature flax in here. Not much, though. I will gather what I can. We'll take a look at it, see what can be harvested right now, before it has a chance to incur any weather damage, right? It's kind of hard to see with the frost on the plants, but as long as I just mouse over them, I'll see the mature flax. Right on. Yes. And you know what? We'll try to harvest these like twice a day. Because that way we might get to harvest a lot of it before that weather damage happens due to the excess cold, right? Let's eat this meat stew. I need to increase my protein rating. Okay. How can I tell the mature flax apart? Well, it looks like with the frost, it's extremely difficult to tell the mature flax apart from the growing flax. You kind of have to just look at the name up at the top of the screen in order to suss out which ones are mature and which ones aren't. Oh, this is nice. We had to work so hard in order to protect these crops for a second harvest, dude. It's getting pretty close. Like, as you can tell, it's fucking -5 already. I think if the temperature reaches -10 outside, that's when our crops will take damage and become less harvestable. It's got to reach -10. Hopefully it doesn't. And the bees, I don't think they're producing again this year. Oh, shit. Haha! A seizure of death upon you. Okay. And that's only a fractional harvest. We got a lot from that. Good. Good morning, Jezzy. Thank you very much. Worked hard on it, and it's carrying us. Yeah, it's a beautiful garden. How are you doing, Jez? Hello, De Facto. Good morning. Good morning. Wonderful to see you both on this bright, sunshiny day. I don't think the charcoal's done yet. Let's store this in here. We got a bunch of extra grain now. This is flax grain. We put that in here. And I suppose I may as well try to use the rice grain and the rye grain. I'll probably just make like porridge out of that or something. All right, inventory is cleaned out. We're gonna eat this honey and finish our meat stew, try to get our nutrient scores increased. And beehive kiln. Oh, you're going to bed soon, right? You're on that other time zone. Shit. Yeah, it is what it is, buddy. This requires refractory bricks. Maybe I'm gonna focus down refractory bricks and a pulverizer. Pulverizer pounder. That's what Zuzana calls my penis, in fact. Okay, so we need bronze chisel, hammer, and wood. I'm gonna need 2 of those pounders, I think. So we'll actually need twice as much wood. All right, we got 2 of them. I'm gonna have to take a massive shit at some point, by the way. Massive shit, like an enormous shit. I had 2 boxes of craft dinner along with 5 pieces of chicken in the last 12 hours, so. Damn straight, Chezzy, it's going far, really far. Hopefully this is the one. This is the one where we live past winter and we get to move somewhere else and start a new house. Like have outposts everywhere. So I have an axle right here. Steel, meteoric iron. It looks like I have to make the, oh. Okay, I can technically make it out of a tin bronze plate, but we need malachite. I need more bronze for various reasons. So, pulverizer pounders, we will store, God, the storage situation. You know what? I'm gonna hang these tool racks back up. They have utility. Yeah, they'll keep our storages emptier over here. So the tools that we currently have the usage of in progress will be hung up there. Along with any valuable spares that we'd like to have hung up. Yeah, we can hang a bunch of shit up there. I'm gonna make a backup recurve bow right now. So, oh, but I need a couple of bushmeat to make it. Once we get bushmeat, we'll make that recurve bow. For now, I'll just hang the bow staff up here. Up here. There. We have all of the quarry mod stuff right there. An entire spare set of clothing. We just changed our clothing too, so this clothing's in great condition. It's gonna keep us warm. We look sick, actually. That looks pretty cool. We're blue. Our linen armor has a blue trim. We have the temporal gear amulet there. Like, that's all pretty sick. I'm liking that. Let's try to put all the QP's tools together as well. Yeah, okay. Storage in this container looks way better now than it did before. Yeah, we gotta use these wall racks. We gotta. It saves so much space. All right, let's finish this. Get our protein score up. We need that max health, and then deposit the bowl. Actually, wait, that bowl I think I keep in here because we have meat stew stored in a crock, but it is almost gone. Let's take that. I can eat this honeycomb, restoring 300 satiety, getting our fruit score up. So we have pretty good health. We're at 29 health right now. Let's take some pie. It'll be fresh for 2 days. That's plenty of time. I need a shovel. Right there. We have our lantern. We have to hang up the shears right there. And I think I'm gonna go water the crops one more time before we go mining for malachite. Oh, we got a mature flax right there. Right on. Yeah, we gotta be looking for those. The thing is, if you have a mature plant but you don't harvest it soon enough and it gets super cold, then it'll actually become a damaged crop and you'll get less yield from it, right? You gotta actively be checking the crops when it's so critical like this. The more mature ones that I can harvest before they incur weather damage from the cold, the better, right? It's a 50% difference in total yield, so. Oh, mature flax right there. All right, everything's watered. Water the last of our growing spelt. And let's leave the watering can right there and get the hell out of Dodge. I have to go find malachite. I'm thinking we might want to try to start a new mine. I'm not really sure. It's, we've kind of did a lot of digging around this area. I could go check on the iron shaft that we have, theoretically. The only thing bigger than my penis is my willingness to lie about its size. That's funny, dude. That's a loaded statement. Hey, you know what, De facto? I learned that apparently you can use plates to easily smith the lamellar out of wood, right? So I might be doing that this playthrough. It's honestly awesome that I can find my way around these areas in such darkness. Now, I didn't find, or I didn't bring another pickaxe, unfortunately. But we'll just get some pro pick readings around here and see what's around. Malachite, 14 blocks away. Malachite, 17. Malachite, 10. All right, we're closer here, but do we have to go up or down? It looks like we're probably on level with it rather than having to change our elevation. That's usually what that means. Look at that, we have borax over us and brown coal under us. You can hoe the ground under crops. I thought that that got patched a couple of updates ago. Like, I've seen YouTube videos indicating that you could do that, but I've never actually... Like, I've heard that it got patched just as many times as I've heard it's still a thing. I've been here before. Maybe this is where I found the malachite. I don't know. Malachite 14 blocks away. Malachite 5. Okay, so we actually get closer when we drift off this way. This must have been where we found that malachite, right? Like, that's the most likely... I don't know. Let's just put a structural support pillar right there. Okay. Yeah, I think this is where we found that malachite. Oh my god. Yeah, we were down here. Let's get back up. Very dangerous area, because we're right above, like, a cave. Yeah, this is where we found it. And we couldn't really find any more. We were struggling, so we're gonna go somewhere new. Oh my god. I think I'm just gonna seal this off. I don't even want to think about that cave passage right there. Down here was what, exactly? I mean, I think this is our iron mine, but we had to go further to get the iron. Yeah. We'll seal off all other passages, make sure I'm not tempted to go somewhere else. This is just an iron mine, pretty much. I have a good source of olivine, brown coal, and black coal already down a different mine shaft than this one. So I'm not gonna work, like, there's a lot of cave systems interconnecting down there. I don't want to cause myself any death or problems, you know? Let's go down here. Hey, a quartz mine. All right. I cleaned up the elevator. It doesn't spill out in all directions anymore. Let's finish our meat stew. And let's get a pro pick reading here. Malachite is apparently 20 blocks away from this location. 15 blocks away from here. Native silver. Wow. Alright, so this goes around in a big circle. Malachite 20. We got a lot of monsters spawning around here. Malachite 16. $21. Well, if it was 16 over there, what is it right here at the bottom of this place? 24. Okay, so it looks like if we want to find that malachite, we would have to dig down around, like, this bottom part right here. No, we're further away down there. $11 blocks away. Looks like that's where we want to go. Let's seal that up so I don't get flanked from behind. Malachite 8 blocks away, and then if I go down, it becomes 8 blocks away still. Okay. I have to turn at this point. $13, so most likely it's gonna be over here. Yep, Malachite 6 blocks away. Interesting mod, interesting de facto. I don't know if you saw the previous stream, but you gave me nightmares, something about GMC, broken glass, something. I don't know, buddy. I don't know. But it's good to see you, Triro. Good to see you again. Malachite is 6 blocks away from here. Hang on. Malachite 2 blocks away. All right, double reading. So it says 1 block away right there and 2 blocks away right there, which means that it's probably going to be higher than we currently are. Let's place this right here. Yeah, right there. Just as I had predicted, Claudius. All right, I don't know who Claudius is, but you guys don't need to know who Claudius is. We must be on the edge of the node. Malachite 2 blocks away. Let's eat a slice of pie. Equip our weapon. Heal up our damages. You never know. A lot of instability around here. Voxels going through walls. That was a big one. That was my nightmare. Thank you, de facto. Thank you, buddy. I hope you sleep well. All right, I found more malachite over there. We're gonna need these structural support pillars to cover our ass while we do the mining. Okay. Yeah, those support pillars are really useful for getting yourself on level with an ore that's above you. Looks like we found the meat and potatoes of this malachite vein. With such low durability remaining on our pickaxe, I really wasn't expecting to find much, but the iron pickaxes do have an enormous amount of durability at their disposal. Perhaps not the most sizable vein. Okay, there's more up there. It has been very lucrative to come here, though. 113 durability left. We can mine for a little while longer. Let's place a pillar right here, providing structural support to that, much needed structural support, and then break this and that. Get on level with the ore. Jesus. There must have been cracked rock in the ceiling. We seem okay, but I need to be more careful. I don't see any cracked rock around here. I have to monitor the ceiling, though. If there's any cracked rock in the ceiling, you know, it gets more dangerous. I'm gonna keep this area from caving in, where our exit is. Same with over here. It looks like we hit another very juicy part of the vein. Gonna place another pillar right here. More reinforcement. Place another right there. We have 55 durability remaining on the pickaxe. Perhaps enough to finish the vein. I did almost die due to a cave-in a couple of times. Yeah, a couple of times that happened. We were digging around a pre-existing tunnel, and that caused a lot more cave-ins than we are used to. But we made it out. We made it out. Eventually. Okay. Other than that, as far as updates go, we managed to build our greenhouse, Trero, and we are trying to get full harvests of our flax and spelt before the weather damages them. It's been very close, very touch and go. The weather has been reaching like -5 or -6. If the weather reaches -10, then the crops will undergo irrevocable damage and we won't get as good of a yield from them. But so far, thanks to the greenhouse, we've been able to hold that at bay. Apparently there's more malachite 3 blocks away. 2 blocks away from right there. 2 blocks away from here. 3 from right there. So it's going to be around this area that we've already dug out. I need a support pillar right there. There we go. That might be it, though. Yep. We've cleaned this place out. Which is nothing but a good thing, right? Let's get out of here. I got a whole bunch of malachite, and now we can make more bronze. Oh, Jesus. Hi. Oh! Dude. I literally just fell into a hole with a bunch of drifters. Oh my god. That's messed up. Oh god, I gotta get out of here. See, if we weren't wearing our tailored gambeson armor, I would probably be dead right now. Holy shit, don't leave deep holes just sitting there. Lesson learned, eh? Let's get out of here. We must apply healing poultices. And let's get home. Modern solutions. Modern problems require modern solutions. We have to craft a space heater for our greenhouse. Other than that, progress update, we did a shitload of iron crafting. I made myself a walk-in charcoal pit. I don't even know if I showed you that, Triro. We have an entire new house extension. I redid the cellar, and the cellar leads to a walk-in charcoal pit and clay firing area. I'll show you those right now if you want. Yeah, I'll head straight to them. We're gonna check on the crops after. Yeah, I don't see any black smoke coming from the roof. That means our charcoal is probably done. So we're gonna head in there and we're gonna go see it. This is our new cellar. Nice and comfortable, right? Spacious. We go through here and we have a coal firing area with a torch hanging on the wall and a massive, massive charcoal pit, right? I can just come in here and grab charcoal as I need it, or I can harvest all of it all at once. I think I'll do it row by row. Vanilla Armory. It adds iron spears, eh? We'll see. We'll see. I'm trying to hold back on the new mods as much as I can. We already have like 40. We have a solid 25 mods minimum, probably like 30. Oh man, that's awesome. 75 coal just for one row. Yeah, this is nice. I like that. Shoutouts to Nil Hero for that idea, man. All right, deposit the flax. We have more grain. Goes in here. Flax seeds. Limestone. Oh God. Storage, storage, storage. We'll do something with that limestone soon, though. Let's grab the hammer, crack these open, and we now have 400 malachite. That's good. That's enough for like 20 bronze ingots. That's a lot. Let's check on the spelt first. It's still growing. Okay. What's the water level? I just watered it, so I don't think we need to water it again. Let's check for some, growth stunted due to cold. It's only on this one though, strangely enough. Some of them are still okay. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know how we can have growth stunted on some, but not others. Maybe it depends on how many ticks it spends in the cold. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, it's only a few of them so far. We were able... Oh, yeah, we got more stunted ones here. So it looks like how long the plant spends in the cold has a lot to do with it. Either way, a 50% yield is better than nothing. And a lot of the flax seems fine. But another couple of nights, and we'll probably have a majority stunted crop. Still, we'll get all the full harvest mature flax that we can. I'm looking for those brown tops. It looks like that's it for present harvesting. A lot of these will be done pretty soon. And it's only getting warmer right now, which is nice. This is mature. Okay. Yeah, some of them are becoming mature right before our very eyes. I don't think the bees are producing shit anymore. Let's water the crops again. It might make all the difference in how many mature plants we get to harvest. Mature flax. Yeah, we're having a bunch of plants just become mature. More and more every minute. That's what we need. We gotta be around here so we can collect them. And I'm gonna make a lot of bronze. Do I need iron pulverizer pounders, or is bronze okay for everything? Yeah, we're getting a lot of complete harvests here. This is nice. We're not losing that much croppage, you know? But there might come a night where we lose like half of our yield to cold. We'll have to wait and see. Okay. Every time I leave and come back, there's a couple more that we can harvest. Let's eat. We almost have 2 full stacks of spelt seeds. All right, time to do what we can with the malachite. So the ratio for 10, like a double batch. I don't have that many ingot molds to do like 20. I could do 15. So we'll do 92, 184, 276. I need 276. And then 24 cassiterite. 1,500 units of tin bronze. I'm not gonna bother preheating with peat anymore. I feel like we're past that. Let's get that lit. Hello, Butter. Hello, Chris. How are you doing, buddy? You do need to upgrade your pounders for high tier crushables. All right, well, you know what? We'll probably just go with iron pulverizer pounders then. Let's get this heated. Yeah, I need 2-pounder caps made of iron. Things are looking good around here. Our nutrition, our fruit nutrition is a little bit low, but we can remedy that right away. Where do I keep my honey? Right here. Yeah, I just have to eat 2 of these. Check it out. We get a full bar for every honey. That's why I wanted honey, right? We have so much honey. We can keep our fruit nutrition topped off by just having a honey per day or something. Hell yeah. By the way, hang on. For some reason, last night I was literally dreaming about this game, and in my dream, I was able to add honey to a pie crust, and it felt so real. Like you could add honey to the crust and then put the filling in the pie and then add honey to the top crust as well. That was totally like a fiction of my mind, right? Yeah, Toast, you gotta sleep, buddy. Oh, man. You should get some more sleep. Honestly, de facto, I would highly recommend you start taking magnesium glycinate. It won't be too expensive for like a bottle that would last you a while. But magnesium is hard for the body to absorb. Glycine serves as kind of like a bridge for the magnesium to be absorbed more efficiently. I've been taking it and it's been helping a lot with my ability to sleep. However, I've noticed over the past 2 days, I've had sugary drinks. I've had orange juice an hour before sleeping for 2 days in a row, and I'm waking up feeling so groggy, dude. So I actually think that having sugar before bed is greatly disrupting my ability to wake up feeling rested. And I'm waking up multiple times in the night. Not because of noise or anything, it's just like my body gives up on sleeping. All right, I have a backup pro pick and pickaxe. These are hot. I should be working the metal. So we need pounder caps. Iron pounder caps. Holy shit, these are easy. It might not. No, the orange juice doesn't have any caffeine in it, but sugar in general is extraordinarily disruptive for the body. Processed granulated sugar is one of the most destructive things in the human diet today, actually. Causing the most chronic diseases and inflammation. Energy drinks, I can't get behind, Butterman. Coffee, I'm cool with, especially black coffee if you drink it black, but you gotta ditch those energy drinks, buddy. There's actually an ingredient. Oh God, what's it called? Be well addictive ingredient. What is it? Kratom. That's it, Kratom. This drug, Kratom, has been found in many energy drinks, and it actually gives people, it's so close to opiates that people can use it as a methadone replacement. If you drink these energy drinks containing Kratom, you'll eventually actually get symptoms akin to like You'll become a drug addict, and you'll become like emotionally volatile. You'll crave this drug, you'll need it. And people who can't get their methadone, who are addicted to opiates, can use kratom as a methadone replacement. The more you know. There are good drugs and there are bad drugs, buddy. And I can't get behind energy drinks. All right. Now, I wonder if I might end up eventually needing a meteoric iron pounder cat. Maybe. We'll see. For now, I have to continue crafting various things. Pulverizer toggle requires a tin bronze plate. Pulverizer frame, not much. I need a rock. I need to go to Iraq, but we have a place to get that right near our house. I think I'll go get that rock right now. I do have some heated metal here. I should probably just use it for something. Hell, let's make some iron arrowheads. This could be complex to make. Very complex indeed. All right, we're gonna create some bridges. So this is meant to be like a skill check option for making arrowheads. You can make more with the same ingot, but it's harder. It requires you to build more bridges and move the voxels around and fully understand what you're doing in order to actually get it done. Anyway, it's just about to no longer be a workable temperature. But we'll at least get this batch of arrowheads done. Okay, 9 iron arrowheads. Look at that. Anyway, yeah, I can't get that done. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the mine and I'm gonna go get a granite rock. I need a granite rock for our pulverizer base. This time I actually have a workshop that's big enough to accommodate a pulverizer, so I'm pretty excited about it, you know. This don't look right. Hang on. I have to just keep descending. Yeah, right here. This is where we get our granite rock whenever we need more. Okay, we got it. I think that's all we need. Let's get out of here and go back home. Eventually you need steel pounders for crushing titanium, eh? We'll get there. We're gonna want to check on the crops again soon, see how many mature ones are out there. Very soon, honestly. Okay, our stuff is done, so we need 15 of these. Let's lay them out. We're gonna go check on the crops right after we pour this molten bronze. This is primarily gonna just be for bronze plates. We probably have some spare coal that we have to remove from the fire. Alright, let's go check on the crops. Starting with the flax, we might be able to beat the cold weather. Yeah, we're getting a shitload of mature flax, and oh shit, that one wasn't even grown. The vast majority of it is not cold damaged. We managed to cross that finish line with most of the flax, I'm happy to say. Yeah, the vast majority of the flax has been harvested. At least in this plot. Let's go check the other one. Mature flax. Mature. Mature. Another. This is nice. I really, I was skeptical that we would manage to harvest the most of this flax before the frost set in and damaged it. But we made it. We actually fucking made it. It was close, but we made it. Very fulfilling. Yeah, we got the vast majority of it before that cold damage could set in. The spelt as well, same thing. We can finish adding all of the sails to our windmills now. But we'll do it after. We have an entire chest of grain. We're gonna have a second grain storage chest for animal feed or whatever, right? All right. Now we can simply sleep, I think. Good night, De Facto. Take care, buddy. We'll see you in a little bit, okay? Alright, first thing we're gonna do is go check on the flax after sleeping. Growing flax, growing. We're past the coldest part of the night, so they might not incur any more frost damage than they already have before becoming fully grown. We may want to water them again just to give them that little growth boost while they try to cross the finish line. I gotta try to catch some animals. We have all this grain, right? Nothing to use it on. Okay, granite rock. We have to make the pulverizer frame, which requires planks and a saw. Now I need a pulverizer toggle, which requires a tin bronze plate. Theoretically, I could have made it out of an iron plate, but I feel like tin bronze is my throwaway plate. And honestly, we're gonna go do this work in the other area, over here. I will have an odd number of bronze, so I won't be able to make a whole bunch of plates, but maybe I can think of something else to use the bronze on. I need a tin bronze spear. Yeah, I certainly need a spear still, so maybe I'll just make a spear. Yoink. Oh yes, I'm gonna have the best bowel movement, dude. Like, I've eaten so much. God, 2 boxes of craft dinner and 5 pieces of chicken in the last 12 hours. I just hope I don't shit like a slip and slide. Yeah, sugary drinks are probably like the leading cause of chronic disease and mental illness. Well, no, mental illness has a lot of causes. Primarily in men, it's masturbation addiction. Dopamine depletion through consistent masturbation, right? But for women, like their Starbucks craze, those fucking death by sugar bombs that they do. Yeah. Okay, let's equip the tongs and start making some tin bronze plates. And I am going to make myself a tin bronze spear. Okay, now we got to start another plate. Yeah, we'll let them do their thing. I'll bet we'll get all these tin bronze plates done before we run out of time. Anyway, maybe I climb up to the top and we add some more sails at this point. $16 linen. Boom. We got another round of sails for each windmill. While that gets hammered out, we'll go add them. Capture a skinwalker as a pet. Yeah, we could have a little hole with one of them sitting in it. Anyway, I'll see you in a little bit, Triro. Take care for now. All right, we now should have more power. I don't know how many sails I have on each though. Building a sailboat. How many sails do you need for a sailboat? So what, you don't actually use like the sail item? It looks like you might actually have to add the linen to it instead of adding sails. Okay, well, whatever. One thing I notice is that as we add more sails, we're able to get the most out of a little bit of wind. Still got plenty of time. I don't have any food on me. I'll have to go get more after we put this plate on there. And we're gonna have to make new pies soon. And let's have a piece of honey. Get some of that fruit nutrition. All right. Now I can make a lot more lanterns, but most importantly, I can make the pulverizer. We have to make the pulverizer toggle, which is a plate, an axle, a chisel, and a hammer. I don't think I have any more axles. I think I used all of them. All right. So, chisel, hammer, wood, and fat. There we go. We now have it. Let's ditch our tools and try to begin setting up the pulverizer. It's pretty hard to set up, though, to be honest. It's a very complex, large machine requiring a lot of consideration. Yeah, very complex machine. All right, let's go deposit, clean our inventory, check on the crops. Try to keep our priorities straight here. The more flax we have, the better. I got 6 of these tin bronze plates now. We'll store those in here. Deposit the wood, as well as the axles, but we'll put them in this chest right here. It is our de facto workshop chest, more or less, because it's where we have the fire clay bricks. We're gonna water these again. We are getting a little bit of stunted growth due to the cold, but that's okay. We already harvested the vast majority of it, and the vast majority of it was not stunted. We did well this year. All right, with that done, we shift our focus to the pulverizer that we need. Where the hell do we put this thing? It's a very complex machine. It's gonna take me a while to figure out the layout here. We need to have like a depositing chest and everything for it. It is not an easy thing to build. And I might want to reconsider where I have these querns at this stage. I might not even want to have 2 querns, actually. Probably what I should do is keep the same redirection of powers setup, but have it feeding the pulverizer instead of the quern. That seems like the smartest play. So let me go grab some limestone cobblestone. We're gonna need it. in order to make a little platform. I'll deposit what can be deposited quickly and easily. All right. I'm gonna have to figure out how exactly this gets set up. Another block is in the way. I could raise the ceiling if I had to. I certainly could. Might require raising all of that too, but it is something that we could do. Okay, let's try. We just got to think outside the box a little bit, which is not my strong suit, but we'll try to figure it out. So we have the pulverizer. The output would go over there. Once I remove that axle. So yeah, it would be a matter of removing the axle from that. Fair enough. But for setting this up right now, I need a gear right there, right? And then another gear right here beside it. Angled gear. Resin, bat, wood. Hammer, saw, chisel, and sticks. I need more inventory space. Right there. Chisel, saw, hammer. I'm probably gonna need to go hunting and try to get some more fat at some point. Okay, we got an angled gear. That's one more step closer to something eventual and successful. So we leave that there. I can leave the gears there, and then when I swap that over, it'll provide power to it. And then put that there, right? Can it only receive power from one side, or is it both? Looks like it's probably both sides. We just need to add the toggle to it. Oh, but then that gear is in the way after? Okay, so it doesn't let you place it, but it will probably let you use it after. Place that there. Put the gear there, and then right here. Now we are gonna try to add the various components to it. We have the toggle, the pounders, and then the caps. Okay, and then I have to try to fish that power over here, but I think it needs to be fed by an axle. It does. I don't know if I can feed that with a gear, but we can find out. I'll just repurpose the quern gear. Yeah, that works. Okay, so we are gonna have to craft one more gear. I can remove this. And if I disconnect that, then the pulverizers do start working. It works. Works well. Fair enough. Okay. We have our pulverizer there. Now what I need to do is I need chests that will, like, feed it. I'm gonna need some raw copper for this. It has to be copper. It can't really be bronze, unfortunately, but we do have some copper. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna melt down all of this copper. We'll do it little bit by little bit, because I don't want to use more than I need to. As far as I understand it, I only need, like, 2 things. I need a hopper and an elbow, which is 3 copper plates and 2 chute sections. So right off the bat, we need 120. I might need 5 more units of copper. Yeah, it's the copper plates. They're pretty pricey. And then we need 2 chute sections. Let's be generous and assume it's 1 ingot each. We're looking at 8 ingots total required. So I will need to get a little bit more malachite, unfortunately. We just don't have enough on hand right now to get the job done. But we're close. We're getting there. The plates will be easy to manufacture, certainly. We can hook that up. I feel like the ceiling is gonna have to be taller though, because the way that it deposits, I'm pretty sure I need a hopper right here with a chest below it, right? So we're gonna have to raise the roof. But I kind of saw that coming earlier. Yeah, it's not surprising. I'm used to it. So I can use this right here to get started on that roof, and we'll try to swap things out as we're working on it so that we don't forget what the layout is. I need that gear back because that gear goes there. Let's grab this. Technically, we can have these remain wall mounted, but I do want to raise them all to be higher. I'd rather have them attached to the ceiling. Personal preference type thing, right? Okay, so now we grab these axles, place them like that, and then we need a gear right here with more axles feeding into the quern. And then right here is where we're going to be connecting this. I'm even going to have to raise the gear wheel and stuff, but we saw this coming. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Let's eat. I think I'll harvest the entire ceiling first. That'll make it easier. We'll harvest the ceiling, raise the ceiling, and then the rest gets a lot easier. We already had a backup pickaxe, so we can keep on working, despite the break. Yeah, this game is a lot funner when you've already made the mistakes before and you kind of know how to fix them, what everything requires. See, I already have a sufficient understanding of the pulverizer from a previous playthrough. I had a tiny workshop in the previous playthrough. It was extremely stressful to just learn how the pulverizer worked, and setting it up was a massive headache. And I kind of set myself up to fail because my workshop was attached to the rest of my base, so I couldn't change the workshop without the rest of the roof breaking, right? Like, my roof was kind of dependent on the rest of the house, so it created a situation where I would have had to redo the whole roof. This time, you know, you reapproach it from a new perspective, you have all that experience gain, and you get it done a lot more simply, right? With a lot less headache involved. I still have to make some changes, but they're not massive changes. They'll take me like an afternoon in-game to get done. I gotta get these. Okay, we got all those. Now it's just going to be a simple matter of moving everything up. looks like we're done with raising it. All right, we're gonna start with the gear. And then we need gear, axle, axle. And then a gear right here. Axle right there. We are gonna need more components, I think. Like more gears or more axles, one of the two. That's connected. Technically, we might not, because we have extra axles, and we don't really need extra gears, it looks like. It's the axles we need, because it's higher, we just need it to be like, you know, to reach lower. All right. Okay, we got those connected. It's basically fixed already. We've done what we had to do, more or less. I'm just gonna, like I said, need an extra gear. Yeah, we need an extra gear. One more gear wheel, in fact. But for now, I'll use this to sort of get a feel for it. All right, so I actually need this to be a little bit higher. That's why we raised the ceiling, and I should be able to do that now. Let's eat a slice of pie. And then we put the pulverizer frame right there, facing the other way though. Good. And then we'll have the hopper right there feeding into a chest right here. As well as a chest right there with an elbow right here, which feeds the machine. Now we need to add the axle. A gear on top. Do I go straight down with it? I might. I don't really know yet. I have 3 more axles in here. We can find out. So I actually just have to attach a gear to that gear. And then I can bring this down and use another gear to hook it up. And then, yeah, we have a pulverizer pounder right there. It works. And I never used this. What I can do is I can hook up another quern right here off of this route right there. We have 2 routes we're not even using, right? All right. So let's keep these hooked up for now. Yeah, we have a much bigger, more spacious area. I really prefer that. It worked out pretty well. For now, we're gonna leave this gear wheel here. I have a lot of grain that needs grinding. And as a temporary measure, I can totally hook up the quern. Just so we have both constantly producing. Let's go grab that quern. We placed it in here. And I should go check on the crops before it gets any colder. See if I can harvest a few more before they suffer damage. All right. I've hooked up both querns. Let's go grab some shit to grind. Yeah, this grain is gonna preserve better if we grind it into flour. $70, okay, 2.8 years on there. And 5.7. It doubles the shelf life of it. Yeah, we'll leave that going for a while. Those are still set up. They'll work just fine when I set them up. We could even move that over if I wanted to move the forges over. Yeah, I think this will work. And honestly, having one quern is kind of enough, but we will try to have two going. Coming along real nice, buddy. Damn straight. Yeah, the workshop is the hardest part to figure out, but I really feel like I've got it down to an exact science. At least, as long as there's not some other next thing that I have to learn how to build. Which there very well may be. All right, you know what? We'll just deposit these in here for now. And I'm gonna try to make more sails for each windmill, but I think that the windmills might be like done sales-wise. Let's go check on the crops first. Mature flax, but this one is damaged from the cold. This one is not damaged, but is mature. Same with this one. And this one. That one's damaged. Nice. The vast majority of all of our crops were harvested optimally, without having weather damage. Good mature flax, good mature flax, good mature flax. Good. Good. Also good. Both of those are good. This is amazing, dude. All right. Yeah, I don't know how many sails are attached to my windmills right now. I don't actually know. Sales power output. Each set increases power output by 25%. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna find out this way. Slash GMC sail. I have 4 sails. We're gonna see if we can attach them. No, it looks like our sails are all maxed out. We can't add more. Which, you know, fair enough. Yeah, I managed to fully pimp out all of them. And that might be exactly why our shit keeps on working. The sails are so big and so grand that they just, you know, they can turn a little wind into a lot of power. However, I do feel like we should have the sails further away from each other, because as you can see, they're kind of clipping through each other and it just looks really weird. I might want to widen the top there, which is an easy thing to do, but I'll need daylight to do it. Don't want to lose any sails. Anyway, let's go to bed. It's been a very productive day. We got the entire pulverizer set up. Coming along real nice. And we have a shitload of extra flax available. I don't know if I could make another set of tailored gambeson, but I'm certainly close to that. I think. Okay. 1, 2, eat the pie. Do I have more pie, or do I now need more? I now need more. Yeah, we've eaten all of our pie. So I'll have to get cooking. Let's deposit all of my excess stuff that we no longer require at this time. A heavy temporal storm is on approach. I think I'd like to make a few mold racks. I never use this chest. We're just gonna deposit it over here. And we're gonna put some mold racks right there. What's it called again? Vertical rack. That's it. Okay, so we need just planks and sticks. It has to be placed up against a wall. What, I can't put that in there? Okay, I guess you can't do the Hammer mold. I don't think I'm ever going to use the splitter plug mod. I'm just going to get rid of it. The Hammer mold, I don't know if I'm going to be using it again, but as long as we open up some of the storage in this chest, I'm cool with whatever. As long as, you know, we have more space in here, which we now do. All right, we have a time period of no wind right now, which, fair enough, right? Fair enough. What if I detach one of these? Will the other one start moving? No. Looks like it's just a period of no wind. Fair enough. Yeah, we're gonna get those once in a while. I think you have to be atop one hell of a mountain in order to not get that. Let's make some iron arrows. I have 9 of them. Plus 2 additional piercing damage. 10% chance to break on a successful impact. That's pretty high for an iron arrow, honestly. It's a high chance to break. I guess the extra damage is kind of the selling point. And I have a better spear now. We can deposit the copper one. Got a bronze spear. I don't want to go too far from home. I have to start cooking right now anyway, so let's make sure the base is sufficiently spawn-proofed. There shouldn't be any anomalies. Long as this door is closed, yeah. Nothing in here. That's a vulnerable spot right there. I wonder if I could remedy that vulnerable spot by moving the torch holder somewhere else. Yes. Okay, we got it. What if I just have this right beside the door? Because that would be more aesthetically pleasing. But then that block isn't covered. All right, we're just gonna have to hang this over one of those. Unless having it down there, yeah, because then it's beside the door. We don't have any vulnerabilities spawn-wise. I'm glad I caught that vulnerability. I just wish that I could have the torch right here and have it still reach. Anyway, our food is going to be a little bit of an issue here soon. I'll leave the torch right there. All right. I don't know how much we should make at once. It is winter, so we're gonna have much more preservation time on our pies than we're used to, which will be useful. So I'm thinking this is 4 stacks of pie slices, and I was able to successfully finish eating 3 stacks of pie slices before they spoiled, right? So we'll probably be okay. Let's eat a couple of honeycombs to tide us over and top up our fruit nutrition. Good. We have 3 ovens to get this done in a very quick fashion. I'm thinking we'll start using these. Yeah. We don't have that many cabbages. The onions will last a good long time compared to the other crops, so we'll eat the other crops first. I think we'll need 2 stacks of carrots. It's a carrot pie winter, my friends. Always another carrot pie winter. All right. Let's heat up those ovens. This is where we really start to feel like we're enjoying plenty, you know? Now, I don't think I even need the knife on my belt. I'm pretty sure that you can have the dough in your hand and reshape the pattern on the top. Hello, Seven Sky. Hello, how are you today? How are you doing? We got our pulverizer set up. We completely changed the layout of our warehouse, our workshop. It's much bigger now. And we were able to successfully harvest the vast majority of our flax before the cold damage set in. We had a few cold damaged crops, but the vast majority was collected before that cold damage could set in. Let's be quick here. Grab what's around. Nothing, okay. All right, the spelt field is now done. Let's start baking. There we go. Oh man, I'm so glad that I know this. You don't need the knife on your belt in order to change the pattern, guys. So I'm gonna count the amount of right clicks, right? So I press 1, right click. Press 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Press 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, why didn't it work there? Oh, it's because I ran out of dough in the slot. Okay, that was a bad example. But yeah, look, place, go to the carrots, 1, 2, 3, 4, go back to the dough, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I collect it, right? That's nice. The result is that I make these far faster than I've ever been able to. Oh man, I made 13 pies before they stopped cooking. That's crazy. All right. We'll just collect the whole pie. Man, I can't believe there was a time in my life where I only used one oven. I am vibing right now, man. Like I'm so happy. I'm not even on drugs. Like just this game is making me appreciate my life right now. You know, when you get that feeling where you're like, it's good to be alive because this video game is fun. I'm getting that right now. This is like the feeling we all seek when we play a video game. There we go. I have 23 pies that I have to make. Let's just slice up this one so I have something to eat right now. We'll put that to slot 5, put this on the belt, keep the carrot pies here. Damn straight, buddy. In fact, it might be better for storage if I keep the pie non-sliced. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. So our Temporal Storm is just about to begin in about 3 hours. The base is sufficiently spawn-proofed. We don't have to worry too much about it. Going back to Uni City today, huh? Were you having some time off for Christmas? Are you, like, going back to a residence for university or something? Is that what you're saying? Oh, man. I think it's time I tried to make more wooden chests. We'll need more nails, but we can do it. Yeah, it's right now it's about mitigating the storage disaster, because I feel like we've been putting out fires constantly with our storage situation. Having just a couple of chests for things like dirt would make a massive difference, right? Oh, I see, buddy. I see. Well, I hope that the rest of the school year can fly by. I know that it's really stressful. I know especially like exam time is painstaking on the mind and the cortisol levels. I just, you know, I hope that it's a smooth year for you. And you can always come back here to chill whenever it's not. To get those home steady comfort feels whenever I'm not pissed off at the game. I will get pissed off at the game though. You know, every now and then. Okay. Yeah, this is going very nicely. I am a pie baking machine right now. All the windmills have 5 sails. We are gonna try to widen the top up there. We're gonna try to make it wider. Probably like 2 blocks wider will do. And then we're gonna replace the sails, like put them back down, but I need to get more fat before we can do that because I need more axles to do it, right? Yeah, we need more fat for a few reasons. I need more stuff there in the workshop too. And we need to get a little bit of extra copper so that I can make the hopper and the elbow for pulverizer automation. It's not bad since it's, you kind of like your field. Right on, right on. Growing flax. All right, pretty much all of the plants have been damaged due to the cold. But that's okay. At this stage, that's totally fine. Let's just give them a quick sprinkling, whatever's left. Kind of speed them along, help them finish. And let's go check on the pies. I don't want to char any. Yeah, you kind of don't want to slice all your pies right away. You can have more pie per stack if it's a whole pie instead of a sliced one. Very true, Seven Sky, very true. I'm gonna have to heat the ovens up again with a little bit more firewood. I don't know how much, but probably not much. Maybe 2 firewood each oven will do it. Oh yeah. Maybe the wind always goes down. You know what? This is not the first time I've noticed this. There's like no wind while a storm is approaching. Do you think that that's sort of like a calm before the storm effect? I've noticed that every time a temporal storm ends, that's when the wind sort of like activates. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe the wind comes back after the storm is over. That'd be pretty cool, honestly. This one's trying to get to the final growth stage. Trying to. In fact, it looks like they all are. This one just grew. There we go. All right, we gotta get inside. Both doors are closed. I shouldn't have to worry about a bloody demise. If we're lucky. Like, you know, as long as nothing goes wrong. Honestly, it's probably excessive to put that much fuel in there. I can't really remove that wood, can I? Okay, if I collect it, I can. Yeah, let's just... Okay, fuck it. I only really need these 2 ovens to finish. So we'll bring them both up to temperature and cook 4 pies each. Should be fine. So let's try to set up our little kill zone and see what we can do tonight. Double-headed drifter. You do not want to get hit by that. I mean, if he throws a rock at you, that's one thing, but it's a very powerful drifter. Hell yeah. What do we get? Another Jonas part. You usually get pretty good stuff from those. Okay. Let's start baking the pies. Yeah, we have wind strength now. A lot of wind strength now. We've gotten a few of these Jonas parts now. Come on, get in here. Into the meat grinder. Holy shit, that was kind of sus. Great time to farm arrows. Whenever you're using the Weather the Storm mod, it really helps out. Because the only thing, right now, Bowthorns can spawn in your base, but it's a glitch with the mod, right? They shouldn't be able to, but for some reason they can. Kind of turns out beneficial, because they're not that dangerous compared to all the other enemies. Their melee attack is, you know, at worst, it's like the strength of a bear hit, right? If you get hit by like a nightmare one, you might be sweating, but if you have armor, you can typically survive it. And you get a lot of arrows from them. Let alone like any potential flax fibers you might get your hands on, right? Anyway, we're baking the last of our pies right now. We baked a lot of pies, and the thing is, we did it in such a short time frame because we had 3 ovens going, right? I think we did like 32 pies, something crazy like that. Hell yeah, buddy. I'm gonna slice 3 of those to start eating. So far, it's been a nice storm. We managed to kill a double-headed drifter, so we got a Jonas part. Well, they might, Seven Sky. Truth is, the monsters are supposed to be able to spawn in your base. The only reason why monsters don't spawn in my base is because I have a mod that makes it so that light level stops monsters from spawning during a storm. Yeah. It's a vanilla mechanic that monsters can't spawn wherever there's light, but they're supposed to override it during a temporal storm. I'll just hang this up right here. It's another mold, may as well keep it. You never know when we might want to make, like, steel splitter plugs, I guess. Beautiful part about this game is there's always going to be an active modding community for it. And anytime that you don't like something about the game, you can either count on somebody else to try and mod it out for you, or you can try to make that mod yourself, too. It's a very moddable game. It's hard to figure out the code, but it is a very moddable game. We need more storage for sure. It's the temporal gears. I wonder if there's a mod that makes it so temporal gears can stack. Hey, I do have bushmeat. Well, shit. Yeah, let's make that bow then. Alright, so in order to make that bow, I need a couple of bones. And I gotta eat. I'm about to be distracted by hunger. Okay? Okay, we now have a backup recurve bow prepared for when our current one is broken. I have 39 bone arrows as a result of the Bowtorn spawning in my base. Like, it is kind of a... it's a positive negative. It's a glitch with the mod, and you know, you'd feel safer if they didn't spawn in your base, but it's because they do that you never really have to worry about arrows. Oh, wow. One drifter just fucked up another drifter because he threw a stone at him. All right, the storm is waning. Try to get some more arrows from this guy. Okay. 37 rusty gears. Oh, wow. Hello there. All right. Yeah, we got a shitload of wind power right now. Shitload, buddy. Temporal gear stack vintage story. Oh, thank God there is a mod for it. Okay, we're gonna get that mod, like, right now. Let's log out. The storm is waning. Oh my God, that was the worst yet best joke I have ever heard. That was like my style. I like that. That's my style of joke right there, Reaper. God damn. All right, now that we have that mod, let's add this to the description of the stream. Beautiful. We have it. Let's do a quick, we're going to close down the game completely and then reopen it. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's one thing that confuses me, Seven Sky, about the pillar thing that you were talking about. They gave the ability to throw stones to drifters so that they could, like, hit you down, right? Whenever you were pillared up. But now they don't need to be able to throw stones at you. Because they don't need to be able to throw stones at you anymore because now the Bowtorn exists, right? Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. The temporal gears can just go in here now. They stack so well. That's beautiful. We don't even need these chests anymore. But, I mean, we can repurpose them for sure. Let's grab all that. Put down another chest right here to serve as another seed chest, and then another one right here for currency, sellables, and tube cylinders. I'll leave this one here empty, or put it over here. Anyway, I think it's time that we went hunting. We have to try to get more fat. We need some fat bitches up in here. We have a one. Oh, wow, that's done? Yeah, we have a lot of wind strength here. Two more entire stacks of flour. We're good on food, man. We got a stacked pantry. We have all this honey for fruit nutrition. I'll eat one right now. We have all of this meat stew for protein. Honestly, I'm probably gonna start eating one of those Yeah. See, I can eat a honey every day, and it restores nearly an entire bar of the 15 bars, you know? Let's leave this on the table for now. I'll eat that serving of meat stew pretty soon. And let's set out in pursuit of what exactly? Animals. It's pretty late though. We're gonna want to sleep until there might be some more light. In fact, I think I need a better bed so I can sleep in longer. Cozy bed, 8.5 hours. Wooden bed, 8.5 hours. The cozy bed, the wooden bed is pretty simple. It's weird that the cozy bed doesn't let you sleep for longer, given the fact that it does seem better. Alright, well, let's make the standard wooden bed then. I need 3 hay bales, a bunch of planks, and the linen. There we go. Now I got a real bed. Being able to sleep for that extra length of time is going to really help. Because we'll actually get to wake up when it's becoming light out, instead of still having a few more hours of darkness left to contend with, right? Anyway, let's take a look at this. Mature flax. Yeah, we're almost all done harvesting all of these. We do have some stragglers, but the vast majority are done. We didn't lose a single crop. Like, we didn't have a single plant die. We managed to harvest all of it. So, I need a little bit of copper. Yeah, we need a little bit of copper in order to finish our hopper and elbow shoot. Doesn't matter what kind of copper. It can be native copper or it can be malachite. And I also need a bunch of fat. Just gonna get rid of that bed, I think. We're gonna go over here to these lands and sort of take a look around. I need a little bit of water, so let's grab some from over here. The next thing I eat should be this meat stew. Get our protein score topped up again. And any animals we see, we gotta try to hunt. So we're gonna zoom our camera out as much as it'll go. What, is the aged wooden bed better? Oh, 9.5 hours a day. So I'm assuming you have to find that in like a ruin. Right? Okay, we've instigated aggression. Hell yeah, buddy. Hopefully he gives us some good fat. We need some fat, fine bitches. I got one. Not an extraordinary yield, but it's a start. Our workshop doesn't need much. Oh, a fox. You fox a thing. Come on. We got another fat. All right, let's eat our meat stew. Mega protein nutrition. It's maxed out now. Very good. You know what? I'm actually thinking we should go in here and get a reading. Just like right here. Short distance mode. Native copper, 61. The rest is kind of far. It could be below me, sure, but I don't really know that for sure. There's a bear over there. And we get to break in our new bronze spear, 10 bronze spear. Okay. Hello, Amber. Welcome. God damn. A Blood Moon mod in Minecraft is perfect. I always felt like that was missing from Minecraft, you know? A little tower defense, but maybe 7 Days to Die spoiled me in that regard. Oh, shit. Okay, we got it. I took a bite, but we're okay. Beautiful part about tailored Gambison is it can take many bites and still be okay. Oh yeah. Those iron arrows are nice, buddy. They deal 2 extra damage. Yeah, we just need the fat. Let's finish that stew. We are in the heart of winter now. Let's get a reading over here. And I'll make sure to build a little waypoint that can direct us back toward home. There we go. I don't get that joke, Amber. Taking down bears like Ukraine, I don't get it. Okay, Malachite is apparently 14 blocks away from here. There's something else moving down there. Malachite 11 blocks away. Malachite 6. Okay, so it's gonna be somewhere in here. Let's try to find it. Eight blocks away. 5 blocks away. Two. All right, we got to go down there. I'm gonna make a naturalized staircase going down. That's such a weird thing to say. A naturalized staircase. Okay. Bountiful limestone. This is nice. But there's tremendous cave-in risk over there, back in the direction that I came from. And unfortunately, it looks like that's where the vein is going. So we might have to start using these structural support pillars. I don't know why I keep calling them that. You don't even build them as pillars. You literally stick them on the ceiling. And they stop cave-ins. Is the taking down bears like Ukraine thing supposed to be like about Russia? I don't know, man. Russia's doing really damn good in that war. Like, all of Europe and North America is unifying against Russia. They can't stop it. Even with all of that power being levied against Russia, the only option that Western powers really have is an agreed upon ceasefire. Like, Russia's fucking strong. I was certainly expecting more cave-ins from this. The roof definitely has some risk. Let's slap some of these on there. We can grab them when we're on our way out, but this will stop a majority of what could kill us from having a chance to. Yeah. Well, I mean, weren't they talking about conscripting for Ukraine as well? Like, Ukraine's forces are falling apart too. You know, Ukraine would have been done already if it wasn't for the reinforcements and potential other European conscripts that have been fueling the war effort. Besides, most casualties these days are civilian, because you have drones doing all the fighting, right? It's all like unmanned aircraft. Especially with AI getting better now, I'd imagine that's the direction they're going to take it. The whole Skynet direction, you know? Yeah, but there's not a lot less manpower in Europe or in North America, right? Like, we're sending tons of help, but it's not making much of a difference. Like, literally the only solution is a peace deal. I guess that's just how it works, though. It's all about power in the end, right? If China doesn't want Taiwan to be an independent state, and China has the power to make it that way, then we can't really argue with the power. That's, there's this guy, I think his name's like Andrew Wilson. I'm not sure. Is that his name? Force Doctrine. What's his name? Yeah, Force Doctrine. Yeah, Andrew Wilson. He talks a lot on YouTube about Force Doctrine, and I think it's like the true reality of the world we live in. Every human right that you have is not inalienable. It just takes someone stronger than you to come along and take it away from you, right? And the same is true not only individually but geopolitically. If Russia doesn't want Ukraine to be a sovereign state and it has the power to annex the entirety of Ukraine, then Ukraine will cease to exist. It's just what it is. I'm not for or against it. I'm kind of just speaking neutrally here. Power speaks, right? And if it can't be stopped, it can't be stopped. Didn't Russia already annex like 3 regions? Like Donbass, Crimea, maybe like some others? Nukes are the great equalizer. They really are. It makes powerful countries more powerful, but it makes weaker countries contenders. Any country with nukes has like existential threat capability. It's crazy. Not just for the damage they could do to another place, but for the tensions they could increase and the inadvertent multiple nukes that could end up launched because they fired the first ones. Yeah, it is what it is. Force Doctrine is basically the way and the truth. Everybody has human rights until someone comes along who wants to take them. Look at the pandemic, right? Everybody had a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness until the vaccine mandates came, and all of a sudden it was okay to fire everybody for refusing an experimental vaccine, right? It was a really weird take. Everybody who was pro-mandate kind of self-reported themselves as a Nazi. Ironically enough, that's not an exaggerated statement either. It's not hyperbole. The Nazis, we created the Nuremberg Code as a result of what the Nazis were doing. And the Nuremberg Code was specifically about forcing medications into people who didn't consent to receive them. It was actually textbook Nazism to force people to get vaccines that they didn't want. And the big part that made it a violation of the Nuremberg Code primarily was the fact that the vaccines were experimental and neither their safety nor efficacy could be, like, you need informed consent in order for a medication to not violate the Nuremberg Code. It has to be informed consent. You need to know the risks associated with the medication, and you need to be able to weigh those risks against the risks of the disease, right? Nobody had that. And yet people were fired from their jobs and lost their jobs as a result of it. But I mean, that's, you know, it's everybody has human rights until you don't. Until the social direction changes. And I think that that's why Force Doctrine to me seems so true, right? Everybody has a right to life, liberty, and happiness until it's inconvenient for someone else that you have it. Yeah, firing people for their vaccine decision was definitely Nazi adjacent, if not full-blown, like, fully Nazism. A lot of people don't want to swallow that pill. You find tons of articles online like, no, vaccine mandates are not Nazism. But I mean, when you look at the objective, factual analysis of the Nuremberg Code, what it says about medical administrations and your rights regarding them, it was a violation of the very doctrine that we made as a result of Nazi Germany's tyranny. A direct violation. It's crazy, right? And those were Western countries. I feel like we can't even say that we have Western values anymore because Western countries have gone so totalitarian lately. All right, now, I think that's all we need. 800 units of copper, so we're gonna get that made. And we have a bunch of spare malachite. Anybody else have any opinions on this stuff? All right, bushmeat, store that in here. Let's deposit our hides. I kind of want to oil our bear hides, but right now it matters more that... Those are only fresh for 2 days, and we gotta use those large hides. I could make another batch of leather, theoretically. That bear hide will last ages. Let's make another batch of leather to make sure that we at least get some use out of this. I might even just use this to make more clothing too. Shirt. And pants. Yeah, we'll get minimum waist that way. Store that in here. There we go. We have more clothes than we'll need for a very long time. I do have lime, I think. Yeah, I do. I also have borax powder. A lot more borax powder. I think I'm just going to use 20 borax powder for this. Let's go set up some barrels outside, and I'll make some tannin, all that. We'll only do the one batch, so I need 3 barrels. Oh, we're talking about, we were talking about, at first, Russia, Ukraine, and then it turned into a discussion about force doctrine, about how we don't actually have human rights if there's someone strong enough to take them. And then we started, like, we segued into talking about the vaccine mandates and how they were actually, like, firing people for refusing an experimental vaccine was Nazism because it violated the Nuremberg Code, which was formed as, like, to combat what the Nazis did, right? Yeah, we were talking, like, the part you walked in on, I think, was the part where we were talking about how, vaccine mandates were akin to Nazism because they violated the Nuremberg Code and nobody was able to be given informed consent when receiving the vaccines, and yet people were fired because of it anyway. Okay. Let's deposit the hammer. And let's start smelting down that malachite. We have enough now, I think. Yeah, Amber said that I killed bears better than Ukraine or something, but then I started talking about, like, how Putin isn't really losing the war, it's just a battle of attrition, and both sides can wipe out the other side, and even against all of North America and Europe, Putin can still hold his own. Somebody else made the good point, it's because of nuclear power, everybody's afraid of instigating Armageddon. It was a pretty loaded conversation, yeah. The vaccine stuff still gets me. Did you guys know that Susanna and I were denied service at a restaurant on our wedding day because we did not have our vaccine passes? Can you believe it? We didn't have the appropriately colored armbands, I guess. All right, let's make more lime. May as well use the querns for something. Make sure we got a good supply. What's really funny is that the waiter actually wanted to let us eat there, but it was the manager who put her foot. She was a fat chick, of course. Fucking fat people. COVID was killing them more than anyone else. So it was like, oh, you don't have it? Get the hell out. All right. Now, let's use the fat. Let's light this first, and then we'll use that fat that we got. I don't know how much coal I need. We'll just put all that in there. It won't take long. I need to make just 10 ingots, I think. Not even 10, 8. I need to make 8 ingots. There we go. Now, what was I gonna do again? While we heat that up. Holy shit, I'm spacing out. I had something that I like wanted to do, and I completely forgot what it was. That's okay, as long as we're getting that done. Yes, I want to use the fat to make more axles and stuff. We need wood. Possibly a saw, a chisel, a hammer, and I will need the tongs for the crucible. So let's go see what's missing from our setup here. We're gonna want another quern in this corner. I need a hopper right here with a chest right there, so we're gonna need more nails. Okay, yeah, let's get this done. Grab those. Put that down. Now, how am I setting this up again? We have a gear right there. I'm gonna want to turn that into an axle. And then we attach a gear to that axle up above, I think. And then another gear right here, which then axles down to the entry point. Let's collect all this. I'm gonna need another gear. Let's, yeah, angled gears. We need angled gears, and let's go check on the crucible. Yeah, very true, Seven Sky. Well, you know what? It was still a good day. You know what we did is we went to A&W and we got lettuce-wrapped burgers. Because we were in the middle of, we were doing the ketogenic diet and a lot of intermittent fasting. So we were low carb, and we went to A&W and we each got cheddar bacon uncle burgers and spicy habanero chicken burgers wrapped in lettuce instead of a bun. And we loved everything about the day regardless. All right, angled gears. And you know what? Other people lost a hell of a lot more. There were people who couldn't be beside their relatives as they were dying because of COVID. Well, no, because of the frail human response to COVID. And the fact that everybody was willing to throw away the rights of others lock, stock, and barrel because it made them feel more comfortable. All right, we have another couple of gears. The pulverizer's working. Now, if I grab this... Okay, good. Yes, I can do the same thing, right? So I grab the axle, and then I can put it over here to activate the Helvhammer. Just like over there, right? And then we need to set up another quern. Another one maybe right here beside this one. And we can deactivate them at will, and then place the axles on the wall. Well, I mean, that's what, you know, a lot of people say they wouldn't support Nazi Germany if they were alive in during the Holocaust, but we saw during the pandemic in the 2020s that most people only say that, but when the time comes, right, in order to feel safe, they'll strip away the rights of others without even without even blinking. It's crazy, but it is what it is. People are like that, you know? It's like in Men in Black. There's something that Kay said that always stuck with me ever since I heard it. At least as an adult. When I was a kid, I didn't really understand it. But he said, a person is smart, but people are dumb. And it's like when you get the collective together, right? Hysteria happens and everything kind of loses control. It resonates, especially with what we see as we get older, right? The human frailties that we grow to recognize. All right, let's make another angled gear. I need one more. Possibly two more, actually. So we'll just use both of these fat on it. I have enough axles, I think, but I may need more axles too. I don't think I need fat for axles, though. I hope not. Most atrocities throughout history were committed because somebody else was scared of something and they couldn't handle it. Okay, put the gear there, and then, yeah, we'll have both querns right here. And we can disconnect them by removing these axles and moving the axles on the wall over here if we ever want to conserve power. Right on. Let's make more axles. Oh, let's go pour out our copper. It's time. Deposit the coal. Grissom on CSI said that too. Yeah. My mom loved Grissom growing up. Yeah. She watched the shit out of that show. My mom was a pretty good redemption arc, actually, during COVID, because she's a nurse, right? Registered nurse. And at first she was pro-mandate, you know, she was like, well, if it's gonna save people, then they should be forced to take it, right? She was one of those people. But eventually she kind of changed her tune. And she realized how fucked up that was, right? We were in Canada, so she got like really into the trucker convoy, and she I knew so many people. Her friend Barb was like that too. She started on the complete other end of the spectrum where she was like, if you don't get the vaccine, then you should be denied healthcare. But then I was like, okay, I told her this, and I noticed after I told her this, her perspective started to change. What do you say to a smoker? What do you say to someone who drinks alcohol every weekend? What do you say to somebody who eats granulated sugar every day or processed food? Do you deny them healthcare on the basis of their personal decisions? No. So why would you do it for an unvaccinated person? Ever since that, it's like something snapped. And then when Barb started shifting, so too did my mother, right? And it really all comes down to personal choice at the end of the day. You have to have the freedom to choose what's best for you. And you have to be able to make an informed decision. All right, now we will need more fat in order to make additional axles. We'll work on it. But for now, we do have a pretty good setup. I'm gonna take this apart for now. We can't set up our second quern yet because we don't have the axles for it. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna go to sleep. And then when I wake up, I'll be able to forge what we need for the hopper and the chutes. And then we'll be able to begin pulverizing. We all have strong opinions about something. Where it gets complicated is when your opinions start like affecting the rights of others. Abortion is kind of like it's a knot you can't untangle, because like you can see it from both sides, right? You don't want to force a young mother who had a little fun into having a kid and then paying the price for the rest of her life. Now she could put it up for adoption 100%, and I actually think that's what should be done because we're currently in like a fertility crisis, right? I don't think abortion should be a thing because I feel like old people are dying and the workforce is like fading, and young people aren't filling up the slots fast enough. So if we already have a fertility and population crisis, then celebrating abortion isn't very smart. Forcing people to be mothers who don't want to be mothers or fathers is also not smart. I feel like people should have the right to opt out of being parents if that's what they really want. There's a lot of people out there who want to adopt, right? Who would be happy to raise that kid with love. There's also a lot of predators who'd like to fuck them every day and lock them in a dungeon, but like that's, of course, there's bad people everywhere in every walk of life, right? But it's, yeah, I can't get behind abortion as a thing. I just can't. Because in order for you, but it goes back to force doctrine, right? In order for you to have the human right to not have a baby in your body, you have to violate the baby's body and rip it apart and murder it in order to get it out. So it's like, it's force doctrine. That's why I subscribe to force doctrine and why I believe in it. Nobody has any inherent human rights, because any other human or a wild animal can take away your right to life, liberty, and happiness, right? You have a right to life, liberty, and happiness until a lion mauls you in the Sahara. You have a right to life, liberty, and happiness until a bunch of people get scared of a common cold and have vaccine mandates, right? Like you don't really have rights. Nobody does. It's all up for debate depending on how afraid people get. And and the same is true for abortion. It's like the baby in the womb has a right to life, liberty, and happiness until mom decides to kill it for her own benefit. It sounds harsh, but it is what it is. We may as well call a spade a spade. Abortion is a killing of convenience. It is a sacrifice on the altar of personal benefit, right? Sometimes for the father, sometimes for the mother. That's why I find it so crazy that like a woman can choose to kill a baby, but a man can't choose to opt out of child support, right? It's weird. It's kind of like a remnant of chivalry culture where men are expected to do the hard thing, but women aren't. And, you know, we can't really, it's all weird. It's all weird and it's all hard to think about. It's all shitty. That's why I try not to think about it too much, because the further you go down that rabbit hole, the worse it gets. Honestly, Seven Sky, it's a very simple answer. Let's look at the definition of cell together. Okay, so a lot of people say clump of cells. What is a cell? A cell is the smallest structural and functional unit of an organism, typically microscopic. So a clump of human cells is still a human. It's just the smallest size of a human. So if you say it's okay to kill a baby in the womb, you're basically saying that your size determines your right to live, right? So we can kill midgets then, right? Like it's a very simple open and shut argument that life does begin at conception, because a clump of human cells is a human life. It's just the smallest possible size of that human, right? But again, I don't really judge anybody for it. It is what it is. Like this, you know, that's why it's such a hard question. The thing is, if we give birth to kids and then we start drugging them with Ritalin because they won't sit still in class anyway, then we can't claim to have any sort of perception of sanctity to life, right? The very fact that we drug children with Ritalin and psychostimulants and Adderall, and the very fact that we feed them chemically comprised processed foods which induce mental illnesses and chronic diseases in them, is proof. That is the proof in the pudding that we don't value life. So killing a baby is no different than drugging a kid with Ritalin, knowing that you might fuck up that kid for life, that you might destabilize that child's neurology and emotional mapping for their entire life, that you might give them addictive tendencies for their entire life. It is what it is, and I'm not about to be a hypocrite, right? If we're gonna ban abortion, then we also have to ban processed food, and we have to stop drugging kids with psychostimulants. We either care about all life or we care about none, right? And that's it. Yeah, and that's why it's such a hard discussion to have. Because when you start saying, well, we should do better in this regard, the question then becomes, okay, but why aren't we doing better in this one, right? Yeah, but Amber, the difference between cancer does have human DNA in it. It is comprised of human cells. It's a mutation of your own cells. A growth that will kill you if you don't take care of it in most cases. A human is not a growth that will kill you, right? If you have a baby inside you, you're gonna poop that baby out in a tremendous amount of pain. But medical advances, my mom and Zuzi's mom are both natal nurses. They both give birth to babies. At least my mom used to. Now she works in recovery, but my mom had a long time in labor and delivery. And both of them agree that now, because the medical advances are so good, a mother dying to childbirth complications are not a thing anymore. A mother might die. Like, a mother will live in 99.997% of childbirths, right? It takes an extreme set of misfortune to actually die in childbirth, and it's such a negligible number that we can't use it as the baseline for justifying abortion as a practice. Like, you know, medical advances have made childbirth such a safe thing that usually if there are excessive complications, then the baby is the one sacrificed on the altar so that the mom can live. Like, that's, you know, the baby doesn't make it, but the mom does. That's what you hear about, right? Yeah, and that's the difference, is that cancer always ends up terminal if it spreads. A baby, though, will grow and leave you, and then it doesn't kill you. You can even put it up for adoption if you don't want it, right? That's the difference. All right, I'm gonna need 3 copper plates. So we're gonna have to heat up more of these. All right. I may as well heat them up in there where it'll actually be needed, right? I need 1 more plate. Well, I spent a lot of time thinking about this stuff. That's what we should think the most about, is the things that people fight the most about, right? Because there has to be, like, I tried my very best to find wisdom in these discussions that usually make people devolve into animosity, because truth is, it used to make me devolve into animosity to talk about this stuff with people. I had fights with people over whether or not a baby was a form of human life or a clump of cells, right? I had fights with people over vaccine mandates and creeping tyranny and the Nuremberg Code. And over time, I just developed this understanding of humanity where it's like, we're always going to be fucked. And I think I became more religious as a result of it, because I recognized that who you are inside is it's the very dichotomy between Christ and Satan. Like, that's it. We're either comprised of a whole bunch of bitterness, self-pity, resentment toward others, and we're okay with taking other people's rights away, or we're filled with, like, charity, understanding, compassion for people who disagree with us, and we try our very best to understand other sides, you know? It's so fucking hard to, like, but it requires so much active suppression of my will and my instincts to try and lean more into that compassionate, understanding, charitable framework of mind, because I think people are inherently aggressive. We don't start out kind, we don't start out, like, sweet and good. Anybody who's had a 2-year-old child pretty much knows this, right? They're called the terrible twos for a reason. People start out extremely selfish and aggressive. It's just the way it is. But I think that the main priority for most of us should be tempering that and trying to come closer to Christ consciousness. Trying to figure out what it means, you know? Oh, these are weird. This is a very strange thing to make. Very odd smithing task here. Okay, let's try to figure this out. I have to delete this part in the middle, and then I might be able to like move all the voxels out. Maybe. All right, let's delete this one, right? And then I'll move these down and then to the side. Right there. And then these two can come up. And then these ones. And then move those over. Yeah, this is a very odd device to smith. A lot goes into this. It's very weird. Move that down, move this over, and then move that. Now we just trim the fat. That'll be one of them done. God, the amount of times I would fight with people over everything. You know, because all of us instinctively want to be the person with all the answers, person with everything figured out, but the truth is none of us know what the fuck we're doing. And morality, it's important, but it is still a construct. We do have feelings that guide us, but some people don't have those feelings. Sociopathy exists, psychopathy exists, and sometimes that's a useful evil, unfortunately. Like, sometimes we benefit from having people who are willing to work as prison guards or willing to say no to somebody who needs help, right? It's weird. It's a really fucking weird reality that we live in. It's not easy at all. It's often harsh and unforgiving. Sometimes it makes us feel like less, think less of ourselves, you know? Sometimes we engage in the very evils that we claim to oppose. So we play video games, we play Vintage Story, and we have a good time. Okay, let's cool all this stuff off. You concur to the terrible twos. Yeah, the Health Hammer is a very interesting piece of technology. I want to know how the hell it knows how to do all that. Okay, now I need to make an elbow. How do I make the elbow? There, elbow shoot. I might need to craft a wrench. Let's make the hopper. Unequip these. I'm probably gonna need to smith again, so I won't deposit them or anything. We need to put the hopper right here, and then we need a chest underneath it. And can I rotate that? Like, oh shit, hang on, I might have made the wrong thing. Yeah, I want it like this. It looks like that, so I'm assuming I can rotate it like that, but I'm gonna need a wrench. I don't think I ever made one, so I guess we'll just make a wrench out of iron. Grab a piece of coal. Yeah, just try to seek wisdom. That's it. You know, we're gonna stop talking about the super serious shit, but try to seek wisdom. Don't try to vanquish your enemies, try to understand them. Try to understand the part of you that recognizes enemies. In a better world, we'd all be better people, and if life wasn't so brutal, we might all be more kind. And, of course, if humans weren't so short-sighted, society might be more accommodating to just the actual pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, right? It's nobody's individual fault that the world is so fucked. We're just products of a very brutal place. And we fashioned the world around the world that we formerly knew, right? A steel and concrete hive of false hopes and broken dreams, where you were just as likely to lose a loved one to an infection as a wild animal attack. It is what it is. I'm gonna quickly go check on the remainder of the flax. It looks like it's done. Well, all but one. This one's not done yet. It's been trying to get to the last growth stage for apparently 87 hours now. which is kind of nuts. Yeah, everything's done. All right, let's make that wrench real quick. That's why I don't even call myself conservative anymore. I used to, you know, like conservative opinions and whatnot, but I really feel like the more I understand it, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to be a Democrat or a Republican. It doesn't make sense to be a conservative or a liberal. What makes sense is just trying to understand as many things as you can. Not just trying to understand one side of a two-side perspective, right? Every opinion is a rope that has two ends. Okay, let's try to rotate this hopper and see what happens. There we go. Perfect. Now I just need to put a storage container up there. Honestly, I could just use one of these. This one, right here. Let's eat. I might want to make some actual, like, wooden trunks, but we would need to make nails for that. Blech. Let's make some more nails then. We don't need many. We have a lot of olivine that we can process already. Refractory brick tier 1 requires quartz and bauxite. Tier 2 is quartz, bauxite, and olivine. Whereas tier 3, ilmenite, titanium. You need a pulverizer tier 4, eh? Okay, we have a tier 4 pulverizer. Yeah, so we can try to get some ilmenite. However, when you're actually mining the ilmenite, do you need like a tier 4 axe to get the ilmenite? Like, do I need a meteoric iron pickaxe in order to mine ilmenite? Let's try to find out real quick. It doesn't say anything about that. I will try to make Jonas items. So far, though, I have not gotten around to trying that, no. It is something I want to explore. I know there's really useful stuff like teleporters and shit. Nails and strips. Here we go. Now we can make some proper chests for the pulverizer setup. All right, let's hook that up. Good. Make those chests. They don't need to be double wide. We can just do singles for this. I might make one double wide chest, but for this, we can just use normies like that. Let's test it out. Let's see if it works the way that we are hoping it will. I happen to have some olivine here. Olivine that needs crushing. So we put that in the chest. It feeds it into the pulverizer. And then, yeah, the crushed olivine ends up in here, exactly where we want it. Look at that, eh? That's pretty cool. We have it. We have a mechanized pulverizer. We're ready to approach, cautiously, timidly, the Steel Age. And I could make another double chest out of this if I really want to, in order to spread things out, make our storage situation that much better, right? How would I go about that? Moving chests over is a painful endeavor. I could just place another trunk right here. I don't much like having it that close to the door. What I'd really prefer to do is move all of these over, which is admittedly pretty damn tedious, but we could get it done. Let's deposit everything in my pack, except we need, okay, yeah, I'll grab a little bit of food. Time to cut up more pie. Shit, don't have my knife. Deposit the spear. We have food for the task at hand. Okay, we're gonna move this right here. Now we just do the same thing over and over again. The Jonas parts, I'm thinking we store somewhere else. Okay, the big one. We're gonna put the Jonas parts in that chest after. In here for now. All right, this is gonna be a dirt chest. We've needed a dirt exclusive chest for quite a while. For now, let's dump all this stuff in here. We'll put dirt and something else in there probably. Maybe even these support beams. All right. Yeah, we're gonna put all these loose little stones in there. Because that way we'll always be able to shrink how much stuff is in here by processing these, right? It might be time for us to, hang on, flip over the tannin batch that we're currently working on. Let's go see. Definitely time. All right, let's grab these large hides, scrape them, put them in the weak tannin to process, and start producing the strong tannin. Beautiful. Yeah, the pulverizer's working. It looks like it finished processing what we had. I can't even reach that gear up there without pulling up, but we won't be destroying it after a little bit. We're gonna have a permanent setup here soon. Okay, we gotta move the last chest over. The lime goes in here. I got a barrel, store that right there. Okay, and then we can have another elbow chest right there. See, it kind of works better. There's a nice, generous amount of space around the door. We won't get caught on anything. Yeah, I like that much better. Let's store our spare tools in here. And we have an entire spare chest here. An entire spare, which is pretty huge. I really appreciate that, man. God damn. You literally just sort of showed up and started helping the channel. I'm really glad, buddy. I'm glad that you could, like, I don't know, that you could find a sense of community here. Make it your own. I really appreciate your company. Damn straight. You made the server. You're getting a membership. You're fully inducted into the cult of Tom. Let's deposit the wrench. I might want to go mining now a little bit more. We need to put this bucket down. We'll put it right here. Yeah, that's just extra honey for if we ever want to make, you know, make the honey sulfur bandages, but we still are trying to find sulfur. We've, as of yet, been unable to locate it. So, I could actually move this chest over there, get it out of the middle of the room. I think I'm going to do that. We have a lot of extra malachite, which I'm very happy to see. We can always get more iron, too. We know where the iron is. Let's deposit the ingot molds. Elfhammer mold, bowl. We have our fire clay bricks right here. A little bit of extra iron for tools. And then the workshop items right there. Along with the residue pot right here. Yeah, we're looking pretty damn good. We also still have 6 tin bronze plates, which means I can add to the lighting everywhere. We're gonna keep 2 of them for potentially other stuff, but we're gonna make 4 more lanterns. We're finally entering a stage of having plenty of light. Plenty of light. Lacking almost nowhere. Let's gather all of this charcoal in here. Did you guys know that these charcoal piles technically count as soil blocks? If you have soil instability turned on, then every now and then you'll have the charcoal like fall over. Can a chest be put into the floor in front of the first ones? I think so, yes. If you wanted to double up your storage that way, you could, instead of having floorboards, you could have chests in the floor. Like in front of the other chests. And then in so doing, you could kind of double up your storage. It also probably works to stack chests on top of other chests. I just usually don't do it for the immersion, because I feel like it's weird that you'd be able to open a chest underneath while having another chest on top. You know, I didn't do that in Minecraft either for the same reason. I just couldn't get over the mental hang up with it. What is TFC, anyway? I'm assuming it's not Tennessee Fried Chicken. That's another game like this one, right? It's funny, you know, we had to work so hard to get this playthrough off the ground. I remember we barely found any seeds. We spent 4 days running around looking for flax, and we could only find like 128 seeds. But I was able to get 2 full crop rotations. We managed to build our greenhouse and benefit from it, harvesting the majority of the flax before it could get damaged and stunted due to the frost. And now, you know, this is turning out to be the most hard one, but also the most meaningful, efficient, and effective series that we've had. And that's what I love about Vintage Story, is that from one attempt to the other, the more you learn playthrough after playthrough, just the greater you become at the game. Terra Firma Craft, Progenitor. Yeah, it started as the mod. Kind of reminds me of Dying Light the Beast. Dying Light the Beast originally was supposed to be a DLC for Dying Light 2, but they ended up with so much content that they decided to simply make it a standalone game. Let's grab our backup shovel. I'm pretty sure we have a backup mounted on the wall. This charcoal pit, guys, it was so massive that now I have almost 500 charcoal, I think. We harvested the whole thing. I'll leave that in there, that lantern, I think. It depends on whether or not we need more lanterns to light up the farm area and the pathways. I can put a lamp right there to sort of light up the house entrance. Pretty dark over there in the corner. Do I even need these ones in the front path? They provide extra light, but not much. Yeah, the farm itself is all pretty well lit. It's just sort of the outside that's lacking in light. If I put a lantern like right around here, I could even have like a lamp post. And then another one right over there. Definitely looks like we'd benefit from having a lantern out here somewhere. Let's maybe put it over there. And then another one right here. Yeah, I like that. Let's go grab the other lantern that we left in the charcoal pit room. We can just keep the door closed and we'll never have to worry about any monsters in there. Okay, we have 461 charcoal. Beautiful. I am digging the organization right now. I'm digging the whole, like, base look. I mean, it's all well lit up, right? We have a very well lit base. Good throughput everywhere. I need to change this, however. You see how up there the blades are kind of like touching each other? I don't want that to happen. So we're going to increase the width of that, but it's gonna involve me collecting a bunch of that stuff. We'll have to make sure that we properly collect all of the sails. All right. I'm gonna need more limestone cobble. I only have 28, but I can make more. There. We have 2 additional stacks of limestone cobble. That's more than enough. Like, for what I'm trying to do here, it's kind of even excessive. Oh, it's gonna hurt. We're gonna have to go down and try to find all those. There's a lot of sails down there right now. Let's head down. We gotta be thorough. You sure as shit don't want to lose this stuff. Those sails were very expensive. What's really crazy is that the sails actually seem to sit flat on the ground, which means that you might not be able to see them through the snow. It looks like I'm still missing some sails. We'll have to look around. I think I'm missing some. Let's take a look up here. Just sort of double check. Maybe some of them didn't fall all the way down or something. Yeah, I think you can have a total of 20 sails per windmill, so... Anyway, I walked all the way around this. We know that they're not up here. We just gotta broaden our circle, I guess, and walk further away. I got some right there. Yeah. There might be some near the house. Let's do a recount. So that's 1, 2, 3. I think I might be missing like 4 more. Yeah, I'm missing 4 more. Oh, that might be them. Yeah, I think that's them. That is totally them. Okay, good. Yeah, all the sails are accounted for. It was actually pretty hard to find them in the snow, but we got them. They seem to fall in clumps of 4. Every sail you pick up is actually 4 of them. Okay, let's get this extended by, I think, 2 blocks. It's not going to be the safest thing we've ever done. The step-up mod presents more difficulty. I'm gonna get rid of the snow up here, actually. Yeah, if anything's gonna kill me here, it's the step-up mod. Normally you're safe when you're holding control, but the step-up mod causes you to climb over things, and that overrides the ability for stealth to stop you from walking over a ledge. So you have to be, like, extra careful when you're using step-up. So that's been expanded by 2. I just gotta make sure that while I'm crouching near a ledge, I'm very far away from these existing axles, you know? Okay, one more side. All right. Now we extend those and the blades might not intersect anymore, but we are gonna need more axles. It looks like 8 more axles. Yeah. Not cheap. We're gonna need more fat. For the time being, we have no mechanical power. Yeah, for the time being. I have 4 axles in here. Unless we get more fat. Can't hook it all up again. So let's work on that right now. I practically need a new storage chest just for all these sails. We'll put them in here where the crushed olivine is going. Same with the windmill rotors. I should be closing the door to the cellar to help with food preservation. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of these heather flowers and... I don't know, maybe we could just lay those out as decorations later. Alright. So now we have to go hunting a little bit more. Try to find more fat so we can improve on things. The work never sleeps, so neither can we. I see a raccoon over there. Might get us a couple of axles if we're lucky. Nope. Bro, sometimes it's so hard to see your arrows in the snow. Alright, buddy. You're my only hope. Give me a fat, huh? We need some axles. Damn it, you just weren't that guy, huh? Oh god, it's getting dark already. Fucking 3 p.m. and we can tell that the ambient brightness is reducing. It must be winter. Yeah, you got very limited daylight availability during a time of the year like this. I'd love to find a pack of boars or something. No snow down here. All right, the black wolf ran away. The white one is slain. No fat though. I don't really want to chase after him. I don't know how he's seeing us from so far away, like I'm crouched. Got it. He killed the chicken. She. Yeah, we're not really getting any fat from these animals at all. It's likely because of the low creature weight. In winter, every creature has like lower body weight. No, yeah, not one fat. 3 wolves and no fat. Come on, fat me! Fat me! Okay, we got fat. And this guy is gonna require a shot to bring down. Got it. Damn it. All right, see you later, Seven Sky. Take care for now, buddy. We'll see you in a little bit. Hey, we got another fat. Okay, now we can make 2 axles. Which is good, because we only need, we can make 4 axles in total. Oh, there's another fat. Yes. Yas. Yas. Okay. Which means we can set up our mechanical power again, but we would need more fat for the rest of the stuff that we still want to set up. That big mountain on the horizon is where my base is. With visibility becoming so poor, we're not likely to find anything. We may stumble upon a wolf on our path, but... I like how realistic the day-night cycle is as the seasons change. Like, when you're in the middle of winter, it does get dark by like 3 p.m., you know? And I think it's really cool how faithful the seasons are in this game. Anyway, we got 3 fat, so we have 1 extra, which means I can rebuild the windmills and then expand on the workshop a little bit. And I can already see the beacon that directs us home, the lantern up there, right? Very useful. When it gets really, really dark, you don't want to be fumbling around without a lighthouse. Putting a lantern on top of a hill really helps with that. Putting a lantern on top of your windmill. Oh, this looks fun. All right. Unfortunately, I won't be able to use any of this fat for like pelts. I kind of want to switch these. Yeah, we'll put the meat over there and the honey and pelts right here. I don't need those 2 small hides. Okay. I need more fruit nutrition. We're gonna eat 4 honeycombs. And I got 3 chicken here. We're gonna let the bushmeat spoil to get rot. And let's see here. Axles. Fat, logs, chisel hammer. Oh, I might have miscounted. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see if I can set up the windmills. I'm gonna see if I can put the axle there and then put this here. No, it has to be suspended out by 1 block. Fair enough. All right. So we are gonna need more than what we currently have. Okay, got all the sails on that one. And it looks like it's the perfect width. We're no longer gonna have any intersections happening. I can set up 3 of these sails right now. Let's clear the snow so that I can safely approach the hedge without falling off. The step-up mod is just waiting for a chance to kill us. Holy fuck. Getting close to that edge is horrifying. I might even want to put a fence there just for my own sanity. Yes, they're no longer hitting each other. Oh, that's what we wanted. Okay. Let's head down. It's pretty damn cold. The windmill mod? Yeah, someone had me take a look at it. I don't quite remember what it's called, but I took a look at it yesterday. All right, I'm gonna finish the windmills just by taking that apart for now. I don't like going up there, and I kind of want it to be over with. I'm sure you guys know exactly what I mean. This is very high up, and normally it would be fine, but because I have the step-up mod, there's that added degree of risk. You're not necessarily safe when you're crouching near a ledge with step-up. If there's something around you that you can like climb on top of, then your character will force exit the crouching and you'll plummet, so. All right, there we go. This was a purely cosmetic tweak. It didn't actually change anything about the function of the base. Now, none of those blades are intersecting and touching each other. They have enough space to turn. Yeah. And we need to get some rest. Let's eat some of this honey, get our fruit nutrition restored to some degree. Get some sleep. All right, we have some chicken. We're gonna cook it. I also have some meat in here, actually. There we go. Deposit our wood. Crucible. And today is a day just like yesterday. We gotta go out there and we gotta hunt. Our nutrition is good. I really like having this stockpile of honey. I really do. We only need to eat like a few pieces of it every once in a while in order to spike our fruit nutrition back up. All right, let's get out there and let's try to hunt. We need more fat. We need some fat bitches up in here. All right, we're gonna wait till that meat stew is done, though. It would be prudent. And I think I want to start my next batches of coffee. It's about time. Oh. That's gonna finish. We can take that piece of peat out of there. Okay. We got plenty of food. For the road. Hard road, men. Alright. We're gonna go this way today. And then break right into that field that neighbors us. It's always very creepy how the music just dead stops when you go through that, right? Can I get through the middle of this lake by playing leapfrog on the land? No. We'll have to go around. There's a goat over there, though. Nice. I leapfrogged that portion. God damn it. Maybe I'll just try to use my rammed earth. Oh god. Yeah, I don't want to get soaking wet, right? Hell, I'll fucking make a leapfrog zone. And besides, we have some ice forming here too. I can use that. Okay, the goat is over there. Hell yeah, come on, give me fat. Valais. Right on, he gave us fat. Valais is the best. All right, let's keep looking around. Let's try to retrieve our arrow. There it is. There's a bear right there. Wow, I can actually, I'm so fast that I can do the backup thing. I shouldn't do that though. Yeah, he does too much damage to my clothing. I have to play it safe against the bears. I shouldn't be chancing fights. It's not about my health as much as it's about my armor durability. We want to get the most out of this Gambus before I have to repair or replace it. Anyway, we've already gotten 2 fat. So far, it's a good day of hunting. And I see 2 wolves over there that may yield extra. Okay. No fat. We're gonna have a shitload of rot for making compost the next season, though. The wolves seem to see you from furthest away. They have the furthest wildlife detection range out of damn near everything else. I don't like taking shots up hills like this. Alright, we got it. Because if you miss, it clears the hill, right? And then it goes really far and it's hard to recover your arrow. No fat. I will be able to start a new batch of leather or 2. Let's eat some of this meat stew. It'll keep us full for a while and warm our cockles a little bit. Bitches love warm cockles. Oh yeah. I don't know, guys. All right. I need your fat. A lot of wolves around this area. Raccoon first. Another raccoon. Hey, we got a fat. Damn straight we did. Where the hell did it go? I see animal tracks. There it is. Oh, a boar. Beautiful. I don't think this is the same raccoon that we found before. Otherwise, it would have died when we hit it that first time. All right, we should be able to finish our workshop after today's hunting. Let's grab all this flint. I mean, it's just sitting here, right? It would be prudent to get a reading here. Not much of anything. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where that other raccoon is. I do know there was that wolf back there. Oh, is it you? It probably is. I guess not. Okay. I love the footprints mod. Look at the raccoon's little paws and toesies. Hell yeah. We're doing a much better job on the fat today. I got 5. I see another raking. Yeah, don't sleep on your raccoons and foxes. If you need fat, you can get fat from them. The more you kill, the better your chances, so. I see something over there. At a glance, it looks like a boar. Beautiful. A tool vessel containing a stone shovel and a stone axe. That's a hard pass. I think I'm gonna have to pass that up. We don't want to get too overpowered too quickly. Oof, we got 2 fat from that one. We're up to 8 fat. I can totally finish my workshop with what we currently have, man. Everything will be done. We have our windmills spaced apart in a realistic way, no longer clipping into each other. We're gonna have our pulverizer, 2 querns, and 2 helve hammers set up. Of course, we're gonna wanna be able to disconnect things in order to save power from time to time. But I mean, that's whatever, right? Let's eat another serving of our chicken red meat stew. Alright, our home is that way, I'm fairly certain. Let's get a prospector's pick reading by this large rock formation right here. Holy shit. Well, like any port in a storm, let's get a reading right here. Sulfur is 25 blocks away. "20 blocks away. 20 blocks away still. "15. We're getting closer as we go this way. I need sulfur. Let's just be careful, okay? Honestly. 12 blocks away. What if I destroy the lower one? Still says 12 blocks away. So we're gonna want to turn around here, try to go laterally in a different direction. I don't even know if I use the word laterally correctly. Laterally could mean something completely different from what I think it means, you know? Sulfur 13 blocks away. It was 12 over here. What about going over there? $14. $8. Okay, so we have to get lower. There's a strange blue glow down. Oh, right, that's my necklace. I keep forgetting I have that. Okay. Sulfur 4 blocks away. Sulfur 3 blocks away. We gotta go lower. Sulfur's 2 blocks away from right here. There it is. Finally, we'll be able to make honey sulfur bandages. This is important. I need to make sure that I have the structural support beams on me and ready to use. I'm gonna go ahead and put a structural support beam right here and another one right there. Just to be a little bit more on the safer side. A mitigated cave-in is something you're more likely to survive, right? I did not have finding sulfur on my bingo card today, but I have to try to get out of here before it's too dark to see. That's kind of the worry right now. I don't know how sizable this vein is. Oh god, that's cracked limestone. I need to put structural supports right here, big time. The cracked stuff has a chance of falling whether or not I'm digging from the top down. Okay. All out, going in this direction. There's no more sulfur around. We cleared out the vein. It's time to go. Yeah, let's get out of here before we lose daylight too much. We have 33 sulfur chunks. A shitload of monsters nearby. Let's try to get out of here. Not bad. The way home is this way, toward that large mountain. I will try to get more fat on the way home. Getting that sulfur is a big deal. Better bandages. I'll be able to restore 4 health per application instead of only 2. We have our homeward beacon over there. I see more animals over here. We're gonna go try to get them. Sulfur 17 blocks away again. Bro, it's fucking tempting to be here. Sulfur 10. 9. I have to go back up and I have to look at what's ahead. Hang on. Sulfur 12. So we actually got further here. Six. That's our closest reading. We're gonna find it around here somewhere. Let's go back to the surface real quick. Return to the overworld for a moment. So when I emerge from this cave, my beacon is right there. Is there any water nearby? Yes, there is. So I'm going to do this. I'm gonna make sure I can easily find my way home, even if it's pitch dark out here. We're gonna dig right here, and then I'm gonna put a little waterfall. I wonder why I can't hear that water. Weird. I thought I'd be able to hear... Oh, there it is. Alright, it just took a while for it to catch up, but I can hear the water. So basically, if I run forward after exiting this cave, I will hear the water running, and that waypoint, that sign, points me towards home, right? So it's all I need to find my way back in the dark. Eventually, we'll be able to see our windmill light, so no worries. Okay. Let's keep a close eye on the ceiling for any cracked rock. Sulfur 5 blocks away. Sulfur 4. We have to dig. We gotta go lower. We're pretty much on level with it right there, but I have to fill this in, otherwise there's more cave-in risk. Actually, it looks like they're... Okay, yeah, no, we're good. Here we go. We've made it to the sulfur. I'm gonna put this support beam right there. And then we can clear a 3x3 grid around it. Blech. This is very nice. Yeah, we've needed sulfur for a long time. Now we'll actually be able to make those honey sulfur poultices from reeds. I don't think I'll be making the cloth version. Because, you know, I mean, flax is still pretty valuable to us regarding, like, armor creation and stuff, but let's put another support pillar right here. Wonderful. Okay. More sulfur right there. We'll see how far it goes. Apparently there's more sulfur 2 blocks away from here. There it is. We're gonna just come down on top of it like this. That's instability. Okay. Let's put a support column right there. God damn, we hit a lot more sulfur here. This is way bigger than the last vein. This is enormous. I'm really glad I decided to check around this area. It's a sulfur hotspot for sure. Yeah, let's add some more structural support to this place. $164 sulfur, God bless. Let's go over here. I'm getting a reading that there's apparently more 2 blocks away. There it is, up top, but we're gonna have to repurpose some of these structural supports. All right, place that right here. That's gotta be nearly it, right? Apparently there's more sulfur 3 blocks away. Still 3 blocks away. So it's an elevation difference then. 2 blocks away going that way. There it is. Sulfur is now 12 blocks away. Three blocks away from here. Still 3. There we go. Okay, put down a structural pillar. And there's more up there. All right. Apparently there's more sulfur 3 blocks away still. But I think I want to get out of here now. Two blocks away right here. Five blocks away. Three. One block away from right there. Now 3 again. It's got to be up top, right? Yeah. Ooh. All right. Yeah, I think we've pretty much cleaned this place out. We're gonna get out of here. Question is, where the hell's my exit? Over there, in that tunnel, right? Pretty turned around. Let's eat a slice of pie and orient ourselves. I think this is the exit right here. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go. We have 174 sulfur. We did a damn fine job. We gotta get home. Okay. So I head this way, I hear the water. I hear it. And this is my waypoint home. This way. After a certain length of time running in this direction, my windmill should render, and I should be able to see the light that it gives off. And it'll serve as a beacon home. There it is. Home sweet home. Coming clear on the horizon. Overall, an extremely successful trip. Extremely. We have 8 lumps of fat, 174 sulfur. I'll be able to make those honey sulfur bandages for better healing. And we'll be able to finish our workshop. We gotta try to unlock steel. And once I can deck myself out in full steel plate, that's when I'll feel safe going to the Resonance Archives. Okay. Do we have any more crops that still need to be collected? You. But it looks like that's it. We've harvested everything else. All right. Nice. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, you can actually transfer things from a crock pot into a cooking pot. I didn't know you could do that. That's really nice. Okay. We gotta grind down some of this stuff. And I need a better way to reach that when I deactivate it. Let's get busy. I'm gonna want to set up both querns right now, and then we're gonna make sure everything else is set up. Okay. I think we need hammer, chisel, fat, and wood. Yeah. There we go. Beautiful. Now let's start grinding down this sulfur. And whenever I want to deactivate them, I just have to collect the axles and place them on the walls beside them. Easy. Need an axle right there for connecting either of those when I want the power. Let's eat. We got a lot of limestone. We're either gonna want to grind it up or make some cobbles. The strong tannin is ready, and in 0.7 days we'll be able to move that leather over. Alright, that's all set up. Everything is pretty much all set up. Damn straight. We never even used this power route right here before. Why were those going on the ground? Strange. Maybe it stopped stacking in here like 32 or something. We'll just keep an eye on it, make sure none of it despawns on us. Let's deposit the bushmeat right here. It's gonna take forever for that bushmeat to spoil if we keep on adding to it, but we're not gonna be hunting much anymore now that we have the fat that we need. Deposit the lime. We're now working on a second stack of lime. Lime, borax, and then we have quicklime, bone meal. It's time I made some honey sulfur bandages. So I think I need the bowl right there, the powdered sulfur on the sides, and then what, cattails? Like this. Okay, beautiful. And when we're ready to make more, we have all the stuff down here for making it. We'll hang on to these until we've used up our standard horsetail poultices. All right, I think it's time we went to sleep. Oh. Don't want to oversleep too much. Yeah. Daylight is daylight. And it's limited in this season. Now, we're gonna have to go mining for a shitload of olivine. We need olivine, bauxite. I'm gonna take the sulfur out of here. I can easily make the bauxite powder. We're sitting on a whole bunch of bauxite stone, so... Oh, that's not how you make it? Pulverizes into crushed bauxite. Okay, so we have to just put it in the pulverizer. Fair enough. Let's do that. I'll go mine some olivine while this is working. Let's hook it up. Done. My fruit nutrition is a little low. We'll leave behind the meat stew. I will grab... I get 120 per. So that would be 280 or... So 3 honey. I need to eat 3 honey in order to maximize my fruit nutrition. And we'll just take some pie slices. We are gonna have to start building like the roof. It won't need to be too fancy, but I feel like it is about time we had like something nicer than this, you know? I'll get rid of this dirt staircase on the side of the house. We don't need that. Yeah, let's go. We gotta get some olivine. I'm gonna put the sulfur back there into the quern since we don't need anything else in it right now. Oh, yeah. This is the game that I wanted to experience, crazily enough. This is, we've always tried to reach something like this in every playthrough, but there was always something that I didn't know that I had to learn that held us back, right? I feel like in every playthrough before this one, I always built my house wrong somehow. But in this one, the house is actually, everything's working as we designed it to. And nothing's wrong with it. Let's head down. We gotta go all the way down. And here rests the olivine. We're gonna make sure this whole area has structural support. And then I'm just gonna sit in the middle here between both structural supports and break some olivine. I have 216 pickaxe durability left. I think that's cracked. No, okay, regular peridotite, not cracked. Good. You have to worry more about the cracked stuff in the ceiling. The quest for olivine. Damn straight. We're getting there, Inkstar. We're getting there. How are you doing today, by the way? Are you having a decent one? Oh, shit. Alright, I just realized it's already 3:30, and I haven't made my second cup of coffee yet. So I'm gonna go do that. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. And I'll get back to you, Inkstar, if you reply while I'm gone. Alright, I need a timer. Let's go like 4 minutes, I guess. This is very nice. I'm happy that we found like a rock solid area just full of olivine in the early game. It's helping a lot, honestly. All right, we're gonna add structural support right here. And then I'm gonna sit there underneath it while we just mine out everything that we can reach. Yeah, these structural support beams, they definitely changed the mining game for me. You can do things that, like, you need them. You can do things with those beams that you just can't do otherwise, you know? I don't like how they work. I think it's profoundly unrealistic that you can just sort of stick them on the ceiling, and then that stops the ceiling from coming down, right? You should have to connect it from the ceiling to the floor and create an actual pillar. Like, you know, to be perfectly fair, that is what should be required. Let's eat. I'll have these 3 honeycombs. Get our fruit score topped up. Boom. And then we eat some pie. So I'm gonna rename this one. How do I rename it? Yeah. Okay. Coffee water. On that burner, it took exactly 5 minutes and 15 seconds. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. And the water was boiling. And then I'm gonna add a new timer. How do I add like a new one? Create new. Yeah, plus. Coffee steeping. 15 minutes. All right. Boom. It's down to an exact science now. Fucking right. I don't know what's excessive and what's not. Like, I don't know when I've done too much gathering, so we're just doing a shitload. We have bauxite and olivine in abundance. This is nice. I don't know where the fuck we find ilmenite. Let's get a reading, in fact. Is ilmenite like a stone or an ore? Native copper is 11 blocks away? Really? $10 blocks away right there. Still 10. Nine. It might be higher than where we currently are. Hang on. That's got instability. This doesn't. Let's stand here. Okay. $17 blocks away. Yeah, we'll try to find that native copper, but it doesn't really have to matter right now. This is really just about the olivine. I didn't find any ilmenite. Let's do large searches. I see lignite, which is coal. Okay, let's do a stone search. All right. There is bauxite, but that's just higher. We can get more bauxite here as well, which is pretty cool. Give me that. All right, let's dig out even more of this. We have 236. I don't know how much we need, but we're here, so we're just gonna keep on grabbing it because it's here, right? God, I'm really excited to take a shit today. I'm waiting for my bowel movement. I'm getting like foretold prophecies in my rectum where it's like, I know the shit's coming. I ate 2 boxes of Kraft dinner last night and 5 pieces of chicken, so like, oh, that's gonna be a good shit, dude. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. I'm even expecting solidity to it rather than being mushy and displeasurable like a baby shit. You know what I mean? Where there's a lot of wiping involved. Mm-hmm. Indeed. Well, there goes our pickaxe. I guess we're going home. But we did pretty damn good here. We got 200, oh, yeah. Just about 284 olivine. We'll get that crushed. This is an amazing mine shaft, honestly, because we have brown coal, black coal, olivine, bauxite. A lot of good stuff down there. You got a fat? I kind of want to go up to the top of this mountain beside me and check for a polar bear. Maybe I'll go do that right now. Yeah, I've been putting it off for a while, but we should go take a look. I want a polar bear hide so I can make decorative polar bear armor at base. Put it on an armor stand, you know? God, with all of this glacier ice, we could have used it for our greenhouse. But I didn't want to besmirch this beautiful mountain, you know? I don't really see any polar bears up here. At all. If there were any, I bet they'd triple Indy over the ledge and fall to their doom. Things are going pretty slowly here. I'm gonna disconnect these for now. Then the pulverizer is gonna work faster. We'll put the olivine in there. We have the bauxite being crushed, the olivine. Oh wow, look at that. That's kind of insane. Why is it going up so fast? Maybe, you know what, you probably get multiple powder for every single rock that you break, or it was catching up the surplus from before because I was beyond the render distance. Fair enough. Anyway, before long, we're gonna have to actually worry about steel making, so I need 6 refractory brick gratings and a solid or windowed iron door. Fair enough. Build 2 stone coffin sections. I'm gonna need 6 granite rock. We're gonna need just a lot of granite rock, actually. Okay, maybe I'll go underground and I'll try to get like 20 granite rock. I have a spare pickaxe right here. I could try to use the plugs. I just find the plugs when you're underground to be very dangerous though, so I'm ambivalent about going underground and doing that. Okay. Grab the hammer. So where is our granite access again? I know that we have a granite mine somewhere, probably just down here. Alright. I can try to set something up here. But I need to be so fucking careful. We're gonna open this up. I don't see any cracked rock up there, so, like, we should be fine. Yeah, if I need solid granite rock, this is the best way to get it. I can get it in a large quantity with very minimal effort, but I have to set it up correctly. Alright, so we're gonna start by putting these splitter plugs right here. Start from the top, work your way down. It doesn't look like there's any caves around this area, which is to our benefit. We don't have to worry about spontaneous collapses happening while we're doing this. Alright, everything is set up. There we go. I have a medium stone slab made out of granite. That should be enough, honestly, like right there. I can get a whole bunch of granite stone from that. Oh, wow. Peace out. Alright. Now, I need a very specific tool for this. Rough cut chisel. I need the rough cut chisel, which is this one. Put that down. Yeah, see, and now we're getting granite rock. That's honestly pretty useful. We'll have more than enough for our quern, and then some. Or, sorry, for our steel making area. I just gotta figure out how that works. I have no steelmaking experience whatsoever. This is all new. Unfortunately, part of doing something new is you usually build it wrong the first time, or you at least discover ways you could have built it better, yet didn't, right? But I guess I'm prepped for that. Gonna need a new sword soon enough. Alright, now that we have that, I need to make stone coffin sections. So that's gonna require a chisel. We have 2 sections, and then I think I need 2 lids as well. We need powdered borax, which I'm not exactly getting low on that. Okay, we have the coffin and the lids. Now, I need to get my coffee. I'll be right back. The tier 3 bricks will require ilmenite, which I haven't found yet, but I could totally do tier 2 bricks. We're gonna need more mortar, however. So let's make more. I need slaked lime and sand, which is water and quicklime, and I think quicklime is something produced in the fireplace. We'll create 9 quicklime. I think I need 48 quicklime. Actually, no. How did I get 48 liters again? I don't know. Let's just let's fill a barrel with a bunch of water and then try to add it till something happens. Well, if it's 1 liter of water for every 4 lime. Okay, then what's the output? Let's take a look at what the output of that recipe is. Slaked lime. So you get 4. So the amount of quicklime that you add is the amount that you get. Not necessarily the amount of water. It kind of... yeah. So I need 4 times as much quicklime as I have water. Which means that if I have 32 quicklime, then I need 8 liters of water. I could have sworn I just had a barrel. Am I going crazy? Wait. Yeah, it's not in here. Anyway, if I have 16 more quicklime, that's actually going to be better. I'll be able... oh, right, I put it down already. Yeah, I need 12 liters of water. And then I have to add 48 quicklime, which means I need 16 more. Now let's get some fuel in there. We'll put some brown coal in there. I am sitting on a wealth of peat, aren't I? Okay, peat it is. We're doing a really good job of maintaining our nutrition. It's all fun and games when you knock on my door till I answer, huh, fucker? Nice. Things are happening quickly around here. The lime is still heating up. So, anything else I can do while that's happening? I need an iron door. It can be solid or windowed. It doesn't seem to matter. I'll make a windowed one. 5 iron plates and 2 iron rods. Okay. It's expensive as shit. I need to make refractory bricks. Tier 2 seems to be the amount. We're making the mortar for that right now. So I need fire clay, crushed quartz, crushed olivine, and crushed bauxite. So it pulverizes into crushed quartz, but I can't just put the quartz inside of a quern, right? Alright, we're gonna need to go get more quartz then. So while we leave this to continue doing its thing, I'm gonna go get more quartz. Alley-oop. Alright, no monsters down here for now. Let's put our lantern down and get busy. I'm not detecting any ilmenite around here, though. And at present, I'm not sure if ilmenite is an ore or a stone, but I'm pretty sure it's an ore type. Like titanium, right? We have company. Company's dead. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. That blue light emitted by my necklace is so cool, dude. You can't really tell it's doing anything until you're in a pitch black environment, and then it gives you just enough light to, like, see what you're doing, see where you're going. It's not an optimal amount of light, but it is way better than nothing. It might be the only reason you make it out of a cave alive if something happens to your torches or your lantern or whatever. Scared the shit out of me. God. Alright. I could reclaim a bunch of these structural supports, theoretically. From what I've seen so far, collecting a structural support off the ceiling doesn't cause cave-ins. I don't know if I've just gotten lucky 100 times, but I've been collecting my structural supports off of the ceilings regularly, and it hasn't resulted in any sort of cave-ins yet. Let's eat. It's a quiet day today. I'm lonely, guys. Anybody around? Anybody wanna do a brother a solid? Send a hello my way, you know? A how do you do? It's gloomy. It's already getting dark out there. Zuzi's working her last shift today, though. She's off for 4 days after today. That's good. There's an outdoor cat that lives basically inside the garage here. There's like an outdoor garage, and this outdoor cat kind of lives in it, and the family like feeds it. I actually got that cat. I went out there. I saw that cat from my window this morning, so I brought it some leftover pork and some sandwich ham, and I actually managed to get it like inside the apartment up here. It was walking around, kind of checking things out, you know, rubbing its cheeks on shit. It was pretty awesome. Her name's Nazdarkova. I think it means little lady in Czech or something. Yeah. I've been trying to get that cat to live with us, but that's the first time I actually got it inside the apartment. It's timid, but I feel like the more food I give it, the more trusting it gets, you know? It's cold out there. No cats need to be homeless. As far as I know, this cat has had, like, veterinary trips and stuff. Like, it's kind of in that midway point between being an outdoor cat and being an indoor cat. It sleeps indoors, but it prefers to be outdoors, and it doesn't really come into like the living areas where the people are, you know? All right, we have nearly an entire stack of quartz, plus whatever clear quartz we got. Let's get out of here now. And I have to remember to grab myself a stack of pine support beams. Okay, put the quartz chunks in there. Oh, we're doing good. We're doing really good. We'll be able to make those refractory bricks soon. The quicklime is done. Boom, 48 liters of slaked lime. Now, what do I add to that? Sand, any type of sand. I still have sand. I think it's a 1-to-1. Beautiful, 384 mortar, just like that. Okay. So now what? I need to make the actual refractory bricks, which I can now do. I need refractory brick gratings. It doesn't really matter which tier, but I need refractory bricks and mortar. So I need to fire the raw refractory bricks in a kiln, so it's fire, clay, quartz, bauxite, and olivine. We're like right there, dude. We are right there. I'm gonna go to sleep, and hopefully we'll have stronger wind. We are gonna have the Temporal Storm pretty much any second, but we'll wait that out. And hopefully by that time, there's a shitload of the quartz refined and ready. All right, the storm is upon us. Let's put down our hatches here. I wonder if a wattle gate would do the same fucking thing. Not exactly. It seems kind of sus, but like it might work. That's a shitty thing to get wrong though. Do I have like a backup sword? Yes, I do. We're gonna need it before this is out. Let's deposit our lime and the fire clay. The clear quartz goes in here. We'll put all of our steel making stuff down at the bottom, store that. Kill this clump of coagulated dick cheese. Deposit the chisel and the hammer. I hope this works. I'm hoping they can't like squeeze through there. There's not much wind activity, but we have all of our quartz chunks inside the pulverizer. And we're gonna make at least some progress regarding that. Nutrition. Let's have some meat. Okay. Where the hell's the monsters at? Come on. There's one. Yeah, get over here. Come on. Come on. I'm right here. What the fuck? Son of a bitch. I see Dave off in the distance. Well, you can't die of boredom, So I'm gonna stay inside where it's safe instead of running out there to see where all the enemies are. Come on. Come on, what are you doing? Come to the hatch. Got my arrow back. Yeah, get in here. Okay, well, it looks to me like the wattle fence works fine, and the difference between the wattle fence and the trapdoor is that I can actually leave the house. So we could leave the wattle fences there, right? And then we can skin the monsters through the side. Wow, okay, the wattle gate is actually way better for what we were trying to do before. Way better. Why are you running? It's a very quiet night. Like, the monsters are out there, but they're not pathing to me over here, you know? All right, we got Nightmare Drifter right here. Bowthorn behind me. I shouldn't be shooting my arrows. I don't want to lose them. Yeah, this wattle fence is actually way better for what we were trying to do. It's just all around safer. Like, it stops the creatures from getting through, but I can also easily skin their bodies. Without being at risk of opening the door after I've skinned them. That's the main thing. Yeah, I don't know. The monsters seem pretty confused right now. They're just sort of walking around. Some of them path over here, but most of them don't. Holy shit, hello there. Hi. All right, let's eat a honey. Get our fruit nutrition maximized again. I don't want to go in there. There's no light in there. There could be anything spawned in there. Steel making. Place a 3x2 flooring of grating. That's why I need the 6 refractory brick gratings. We will be able to make those right after the storm is over. It is so quiet. All right, the storm is waning. I might move that chest over, put the water right here, and have the anvil and forge right there. Then I don't need to remove these gates. That was extremely sus. We'll deposit our surplus shit. We got a lot of flax fibers and bone arrows tonight. Alright, yeah, we gotta move this stuff over. So the first thing I have to do is grab the water, and then get rid of the water. Source block is destroyed. Then I have to grab the floor. We need that in order to encase the water where it's going to be. Put a set of planks right here. And then slabs right there where they need to go. Let's grab another slab. All right. We're gonna have to reorganize it again, but that's fine. I hear a fucking sheep nearby, or a goat or something. Okay. There we go. Move the tool rack. We'll put it right here, above the water. Put that in it to stop spawns. Good. Yeah, I can leave that there now. This might need to be moved, however. Let's get a reading of the light in the room. It looks like the lanterns are still covering all of it. So where we put this torch is purely a matter of preference. I'll just put it right there. Or maybe even right there beside the door. Okay. I don't know if I should go out here. There could still be some crazy shit lying around. Seems alright. Let's go check on things in here. The pulverizer's been working the whole time. Yeah, look at all that. We're good. Alright. We'll just disconnect that. Put it right here. Now we have everything we need. Crushed olivine, bauxite, and quartz. Now we just need to use that with fire clay to make everything. I don't have ilmenite yet, and I don't know if I should seek out ilmenite or just deal with having like tier 2 refractory bricks. Should I get tier 3 refractory bricks? Vintage story. No, you can't start with tier 3 refractory bricks because you actually need to get, you need steel pounder caps in order to pulverize the titanium, the ilmenite. So we're gonna have to start with the level 2 here, which is fine. So steel making, refractory brick grading. So we're going to want to just make as many of these as possible, I'd imagine. Yeah, tier 2. So quartz, fire clay quartz, olivine, fire clay bauxite. Okay, I have a whole bunch of refractory bricks. I don't know how many I need, necessarily, but we're gonna get these fired. I'm assuming it's just like other bricks, where you can only do 12 at a time. I can increase the size of this room to accommodate more production. Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah, let's get all this set up. We don't really have to worry about fire spreading. I hope I have enough dry grass to set it all up. Definitely. I need more sticks, though. Not much, but a little bit more. We'll just, I guess, grab the shears and go to town. They're about to break. I'll want to bring my backup pair. Yeah, we made a lot of sales. I'll go down here to the pine forest. Not that many sticks in this tree. Okay. Let's cut this fucker down. We have enough sticks for now. We don't have a surplus, but we have enough for this task and perhaps the next one. Honestly, I think it might be a good idea if I have another door that leads in here. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Let's put a refractory brick down, or sorry, put ashlar block right there. And then I'll put a door here. Yeah, maybe that's not a good idea. No, it's the fireproofing that's the problem, right? If I put a door there, it's gonna burn up. So we'll leave it the way it is, only accessing it from here. Let's eat and set this up, get it all burning. We have 140 tier 2 refractory bricks here. I'm gonna assume that's enough. Hang on. All right, it's fine. I won't really be able to put the torch back. So what I'm gonna do is leave that torch there, grab another one. I'm gonna need to expand this room and this setup for, like, the charcoal part's fine, but we need to expand the part that's responsible for the clay, right? We could use more operable space for these clay kilns. Oh, Jesus. All right. There, everything is producing. Let's heal up. So, now that we have those bricks coming in, we're gonna need to craft 6 refractory brick gratings. And those refractory brick gratings are going to require 6 times 6, 36 bricks, which leaves us with a lot extra, but then I think we have to, like, build the outside. Charcoal or coke. I still need to make a coke furnace. Maybe I'll do that. Does a coke oven degrade? Don't you love how stupid AI is? Yes, coke ovens in Vintage Story degrade and can break. And then down here in the coke page on the wiki, none of the blocks will take damage in the process, regardless of their heat resistance. It's just blanket wrong. That's the beautiful thing. Like, AI kind of reminds you of a really stupid person, where they're 100% sure they're right. And it doesn't matter that they're wrong. They're sure they're right anyway. You know? I love that. AI is like confidently wrong. It's You know? Alright, we're gonna build our coke furnace right here. Just about. I'm not gonna waste an opportunity to get some dry grass here. Let's grab the scythe. Alright. So, coke oven. I could just use fire clay bricks. I don't necessarily need the refractory kind. Either way, though, you know, okay, let's see here. I need mortar. Let's take a look at this page. With the block in the center left open. And an opening to one side should be left for the coke oven door. It is possible for two coke ovens to share a wall. I need to make a hatch door. Iron hatch door. It's created by smithing. Apparently it's easier if I use 2 plates to smith it. I have exactly 2 plates left. So let's heat up these plates. Deposit the peat, as well as the pine logs in here. Vines, dry grass, sticks. We'll need the mortar for the next stages. Deposit the ashlar blocks, the oak slabs go in here. Oh, it's time. Bowel movement. I will be right back. Oh, triumph. Oh, okay. I just took a massive shit. There was a lot of wiping that I had to do, though. It was kind of slimy, man. Wasn't the best. Hello, how are you doing? Waiporuk Life. Iporuk Life. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. You came in just in time to hear how my shit was. Unfortunately, it wasn't too spectacular, but it's over. I got a bowel movement, and my bowels are unobstructed at this time. Now, those pine seeds we'll just put down here until I deal with them. So, I need to deposit the shears as well as the scythe, and then we are making a coke furnace, which requires either fire clay bricks or refractory bricks, but we're likely just going to use the fire clay ones because we have them right here. And I need mortar. So that gets you 4 fire clay bricks then. I don't know how many bricks I need to do the whole structure, but we'll just do it bit by bit. Alright, let me see here. That looks like it's flat right there. Yeah, that's open. The block in the very center has to be left open, but what about the top? Well, it's got to be an airtight environment, so you need a roof. Let's make more of these. One more batch might do. Like that, right? Yeah, and then I need to put an iron hatch right there. All right. We have to heat up those plates. And we gotta craft that hatch. This is gonna allow me to make a better type of coal, apparently, so it's a pretty big deal. We gotta prepare it. The refractory bricks are still crafting. We don't have them yet. So, how do I actually convert the coal into coke, huh? Okay, so black coal gets you more coke. Layer coal in the oven, ignite it with a torch, and close the coke oven door. Smoke will start rising from the middle block of the structure, similar to what's created above a charcoal pit. Alright. Let's grab our smelting equipment. Well, smithing equipment. Iron hatch door. It does require 2 iron plates. So Okay, now let's trim the fat. There we go. We have an iron hatch door. How do I place this? Fair enough. Okay, let's start making our first batch of coke then. We'll do it with the black coal. So that, right? And apparently 2 of these furnaces can share a wall. Let's eat. And let's light that. Make our first batch of coke successfully. All right, the smoke is coming out of the top, exactly as it said, so that should become coke. Like a very special type of powerful coal. Kind of like a charcoal substitute. And it's a way for us to turn our brown and black coal into something that burns hot enough to do steel manufacturing and also metal. Like for iron, we can do iron working with it too. I have 3 spare fire clay bricks. I honestly might build another one, like a second coke furnace. Not really seeing a reason not to. All right. And I know they can share a wall, but I don't think I'm gonna bother doing that because it'll be more symmetrical in appearance if I don't. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna need to make another iron hatch door, which is gonna require more plates. I could use iron ingots technically, but apparently that's a lot harder. The Helve Hammers can assist us with that, even with low wind. So let's get this all set up. I'll probably end up extending the length of the house. I need tongs, hammer. And let's set this up. Get the Helve Hammers swinging. Deactivate the querns. Right, I have to remove this. Okay, let's do it. You know, theoretically, I could hang that lantern on the ceiling now that this place is taller. That is an option. Yeah, let's go grab an oak plank block, as well as our chisel. We have the hammer anyway. I also, well, I don't need the chisel, I don't think, but I do need the pantograph. Let's eat. Start producing the second plate that we need. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff on the go right now. Got it. Okay, now we're gonna put the oak plank right there. I am going to use the pantograph to copy that. And paste. Although it doesn't end up looking the same, does it? Kind of. Hang on. Let's suspend this lantern up there. I mean, it looks okay, right? Kind of weird, but it's all right. I might re-chisel that, though, just to get a different result. Anyway, now that we have these, I have to make another iron hatch door. Let's get going. You mean pentagram? I'm still so proud of myself for not saying pentagram anymore, man. Like, I said it wrong for so long and had no idea. How's things going with you, Butter? It's been a hot minute. I was lonely earlier, man. I was like, it was a ghost town in chat. I was like, hey, can someone help a brother out? Say hello, you know? No one did. No one did. My plea was rejected, dude. There's a ghost in the machine. All right, we have a second hatch door. We're making crazy progress, though, by the way, Butter. Crazy progress. We have refractory bricks currently firing as we speak in here. Yeah, a lot of refractory bricks. And I have 2 coke furnaces now. So I can actually make coke out of black and brown coal. I think I might want to hang a torch here, but we'll need like a roof. I do have a torch holder. What I don't know though is if I have a torch holder with a torch in it, will it get blown out by like the rain? Or will it get extinguished, right? I really have no idea, but we'll try to leave that there and see what happens next time it rains. Yeah, I don't know how long it takes for the coke to be produced, but having 2 of these will definitely help. 100%. Don't worry about it, buddy. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm just, I'm worried about Zuzi. Normally she checks in, right, when she's at work at lunch. But maybe her lunch was just really quick. Really, she doesn't have much time. The Amazon warehouse is massive. It's probably okay. She didn't automatically just so happen to die in a car crash on the way to work on the Amazon bus. There's no guarantee that that happened. So, yeah, we'll just sit tight. She'll show up later. No worries. All right. We have everything that we need except for the refractory bricks. So let's go to sleep and let's hope that those are done when we wake. Hell, same with the coke. I've never had coke furnaces before. They were surprisingly easy to build. I was expecting it to be a lot more complicated. You just need the iron hatches. All right. It's still going. Okay, wait, this one's done. Yeah, we have coke. 1340 burn temperature. It's kind of like a charcoal substitute. Not bad. Let's go check on the refractory bricks. They're done. All right, let's collect them all. These are tier 2 bricks for steel making. We have just over 2 stacks of refractory bricks. So, steel making. I need 6 refractory brick gratings, which is just mortar with bricks. Oh shit, you make 3 every time? I didn't know that. Well, that sucks. You know what? We're gonna refund that. I'm gonna do it again. I didn't know you got 3 every time. So how much did I spend there? I would have spent like 6 mortar, right? Yeah, 6 mortar and 36 refractory bricks tier 2. There. Now, knowing what we know, we can avoid making the same mistake again. It makes 3 every time, which is crazy. That means I only need to do 2 batches. God damn. But now we actually have to build the thing. I don't really know where to put it. I can't see the ground very well. I'm gonna clear a bunch of this snow out of the way. I see why that's happening. It's because that's a chiseled block, and the other ones aren't. Fair enough. Okay. Let's see here. How do I start building this thing? We have everything we need. Place a 3x2 flooring of grating in the middle of it. Oh. Okay, then I guess we have to start with the grating. And what's the rules for reclaiming this stuff? Can you just collect it? Looks like you can, yeah. Okay, so you can try whatever configurations. I'm gonna want a lot of open space around it though, I think. I know that you need a way like forward and a way down, and I've seen what's-his-face do that, Nil Hero, so I'll know how to do it ahead of time. Okay, we have the 2x3 over there. I never did make the refractory door. Steel making. In the middle of it, place stone both coffin sections in opposing directions. Okay, so we have to place this that way, and then this one that way to make a large container. Let's eat. With a Control plus right mouse click on the stone coffin, you will see an outline showing where you have to place the remaining refractory bricks and the door. Where does the door go? Like, does it go right? I don't know. That looks like blocks to me. I'm assuming the yellow spots are bricks that you need. That's a hole. Okay. Oh god, that really doesn't get you that many bricks, does it? Holy shit. Not many at all. I don't think those actually have to be refractory bricks. Hang on. So the door has to be placed on that. I don't know why it's red. Or whatever, but okay. So we have the door. I'm assuming that's correct if we're going by, like, the picture. Alright, we're gonna need more of those bricks. Yeah, we need more bricks. And then I think I have to be able to access the bottom of it like this. Right? Like, there has to be some space under it, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how deep under it I have to go, but I am fairly certain that's how you do it. But we are gonna need more refractory bricks. It's crazy expensive. So the first thing I should think about is more fire clay, which translates to more calcine flint. God. Oh, it's not gonna be easy to find flint during this time of year either. Jesus. This is pretty complex. Okay, so that's all set up. So yeah, I just need to be able to access this part. So I can actually have the ground be one more block higher here. And then, so apparently I have to stack the coal right there, but I'm gonna want to make sure that there's like a different type of block under there. Maybe we'll do like cobblestone or something. We can always change it to another block type later, but I think this is necessary if, like, I think I saw this in a Nil Hero video. That dirt block doesn't need to go. Okay, put that there. Put those there. It is possible that these blocks down here can be dirt, like the ones in the wall. I think so. And then very complex build, yeah. Coal needs to be piled between the two middle grid blocks. So basic, I actually have to have this, right? Then we have the middle grid blocks right there. I think. I have no idea. Let me look at this image. That looks copacetic. Yeah, there's like a half block above these two columns. And then this is open. There's a half block above those two. And this is open. Yeah. Okay. We're going to come back here after I have more refractory bricks. But for that, I need more fire clay. For that, I need more calcined flint. Or I have to go find some, like, in black coal. It's not going to be easy. So let's begin. All of this stuff is stuff that we will need later. Oh, right. Yeah, we placed most of it. Okay, never mind. Let's ditch the mortar. Granite rock. Barrels. I'm going to get rid of these birch support beams, and I'm going to start using the pine ones. That way we'll be able to carry more on us at once. I need another pro pick. Right here. And let's get some rest. My day's been pretty good, Butter, pretty good. Nothing but progress. Nothing but progress. Yeah. We're honestly on the cusp of me doing steel for my first time ever, so And we managed to harvest the vast majority of the flax without losing any. Oh, we harvested all of it. It's just some of it got damaged by the cold, right? All right, let's get 16 more slices of pie going. And what nutrition do I need? I need a little bit of fruit nutrition and protein. Okay. Let's eat that. I don't need to eat all of that protein, though. Let's grab some honey. Eat that. And then eat some meat. Yeah, that way we consume less of what's in the bowl and we get the nutrition that we need. We have 29.7 HP. So far, so great. Let's head out. I need more rammed earth, though. That's a chiseled low fertility soil. Okay. Okay, we're reloaded. Let's head out. Right now, what exactly do I need? I need fire clay. So, I mean, I either have to find flint out there or I have to find black coal and look underneath it. How's your day been, buddy? Butterman? I don't think I'm gonna bother hunting anything. Oh, but the game's just throwing wild animals at me. Okay, I'm gonna hunt everything. Now, what exactly am I looking for? Black coal. Bituminous coal. We're looking for bituminous coal with the prospector's pick because that has a high likelihood of having fire clay underneath. Right now, my chances of finding flint aren't too good. All right, we've instigated aggression. Got it. So let's go into our various mine shafts and see where bituminous coal might be. I mean, we found black coal in various mines, but not very often have we found fire clay beneath it, right? So we're gonna have to try to seek out new veins of bituminous coal. That's brown coal. This is where the iron was, I remember that. Let's get out the pro pick and do a short distance search right here. Bituminous coal is apparently 10 blocks away from here. What if I dig this way? Nine blocks away over there. 9 blocks away from right here as well. It might be height based. Yeah, it is. I have to go higher. Not much higher. Oh, I've been here. In fact, I got all the fire clay that was here. I like dug around it. Wait, we're getting a new vein, I think. It's lower than us over that way, I think. Yeah, we're getting closer to a new vein. Hopefully this yields us a bunch of fire clay, because we need a bunch of it. 11 blocks away. Let's start going, like, horizontally. $12 blocks away. $12. Yeah, it's basically directly below us in a large vein. So I'm gonna put some water right there and we're just gonna dig down. Yeah, we're like coming straight down on top of a large vein. We'll check underneath that vein and see if we can locate any fire clay. All right, yep, fire clay, there it is. Let's get some air. And let's start gathering. I'm really glad, you know, we found some fire clay. Let's plug up that so that the water doesn't fuck with us while we do this. Oh, nice. Hopefully there's a lot of fire clay here. This is a hell of a lot better than crafting it out of flint, I'll tell you that. No problem, Butterman, no problem. I asked you how you were doing, but I figured you had like other stuff going on at the moment. You got 2 kids, bro, it's all good. It's a madhouse. There's a bunch of fire clay here. This is honestly pretty good. It's a great vein that we've stumbled upon here. And honestly, we're pretty secure, I think, having a roof comprised entirely of black coal. Black coal can't be like a cracked rock, right? So there's less chance of spontaneous cave-in. This might be the biggest fire clay vein I've ever found. This is so nice. It just keeps going. You could have panned for flint. Coulda. God, that's so slow though, dude. That's just like an ongoing joke with you, Avens. You're panning crazed. You have a problem. We have to sign you up for like Panners Anonymous or something. This is incredible, man. I can't believe how much fire clay we're getting here. And the coal is a pretty rigid roof. It's not cracked or anything. We have less to worry about mining underneath a bunch of coal. Coffee number 2, right on, buddy. Right on. This is the furthest I've ever made it in vintage, yeah. I think I've survived until like January before, but I've never made it to like, you know, we've crossed a lot of thresholds that I never crossed before. The scale of our iron production, having both Helvhammers and the pulverizer, and I never built a walk-in charcoal area before. I've never built refractory bricks. I never did the coke furnace. I've never built a steel kiln before. Like, we got a lot of new things, a lot of first times here. And I properly built my greenhouses right from the beginning of the game. Like, I had the appropriate dimensions on my first garden so that it was an easy conversion to greenhouses later. And we had the bees set up properly, so now I'm benefiting from having, like, year-round fruit nutrition in the form of honeycombs. Yeah, this is the playthrough, buddy. The panning is the meaning of my life. Hey, that's fine. That's fine, buddy. You don't have a problem. You just found the solution. Maybe more people need panning. Maybe more people need a mindset that allows them to enjoy panning, rather. I'm very curious to see how much fire clay we're gonna have after all this. Look at that. Oh my god, yes. I agree. I agree with this quantity of fire clay that we have. I am in full agreement with it. Like, oh, that's amazing. Well, look at how much we gathered. Look at how much we cleared. Oh my god, yes. Okay. Now we just gotta go back up and get the hell out of Dodge, right? Bituminous poontang. That's weird. Whatever. You guys know who you're watching. It doesn't even surprise you anymore. Malachite, lignite, flint 7 blocks away? Oh, it would come in handy later. You know what? I'll try to find that flint. We'll see if I can locate it. Could be a massive vein for all I know. Flint 7 blocks away. The previous reading was 7, wasn't it? I think so. That would mean it's like a different height. Flint 11. So it's gonna be above us. Which I don't really know that I want to try to get up there. That would require like some tedious pillar work. But I could do it, right? We place a pillar, break the block, place a pillar, break the block, and we just keep doing that over and over again. And in so doing, I could scale up there. Let's go grab some water from the stream. Let's eat some pie. Now, I'll place the water. Oh, you son of a bitch. Yeah, you can't swim against the tide, can you? You got those stubby little leggies. They don't get you where you need to go. You stubby little fucker. All right. Now I can swim up this. I need to repeatedly place these columns, though. can barely get up there. No, the water's kind of making it too hard to get up there. We gotta remove the water. I'll have to pole up there and keep doing what I'm doing. But it works. Yeah, if you ever have to get higher, you just place one of these and then break the block. And then you can literally, like, grab it, right? Now let's get a reading. The flint is 5 blocks away, apparently. Still 5 blocks away. 5 blocks away when I go lower, too. We might be lateral to it. 1 block away, over there. Oh god. That was kind of sus. Yeah, we gotta keep an eye on the instability rating while we're doing this. Flint 2 blocks away. Flint 1 block. There we go. We found it. Break with bare hands to extract. You can't break that with your bare hands, can you? Like just punching it with a fucking. No. Yeah. Really? Wow. What the fuck just happened? I broke it, but it didn't seem like it dropped anything. That was weird. That was really weird, dude. Anyway, we're getting the meat of the vein right here, and this is what I wanted. I want to get a decent amount of flint. Because we don't know how... We got a lot of fire clay, but we don't know how long it's going to last us, right? Better make a backup just for memories. Keep an eye on that instability. Okay. We are directly over a cave. Anyway, it looks like that's pretty much it for the flint. Apparently there's more 1 block away. Yeah, right there. But I mean, how much more are we really expecting to find here? None. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's now go back down. I left one of my structural support pillars somewhere. I don't really know where. But it doesn't matter much. Yeah, we're good. It might have even fallen when that little mini cave-in happened. Let's go. There's a piece of malachite right there. I'll grab that. Okay. Now, getting out of here isn't so complicated. There's a few ways I can do that. Got a lot of borax right here. Yeah, right here. Well, we definitely found what we set out to find. We have fire clay aplenty at this point. Yes, these beautiful lands. I'm just glad we finally found sulfur. Like, once I use these last 3 horsetail poultices, we have a whole bunch of honey sulfur ones that we can start using for double the health each application. Will you build a beehive kiln? I've been thinking about it. I just don't know what I would use it for. I might be able to use a beehive kiln to fire clay products without needing dry grass or sticks. That's what makes it most tempting. The only thing I don't like is that I need refractory bricks to do it, and right now I'm trying to use refractory bricks for my steel making. But if I get to a point where I have extra, then I could do it. I know you can technically use fire clay bricks instead of refractory bricks, but apparently they break down really fast with the beehive kiln. All right, let's eat. I got 61 flint. That's actually not bad at all. All right, we're doing good on the hide collection for sure. In fact, I can make 2 batches of leather if I want to, which I may do. Let's start up another batch here. Eight black coal becomes 12 coke. Oh, okay, it looks like it's 2 each, so 16 black coal becomes 12 coke. That's a good amount of fire clay, man. Let's crush this bauxite. Or at least put it in the chest to be crushed later, right? All right, barrels. Oh, that's where the water is. I was like, where the hell is it? Okay. Let's make 2 barrels of lime water. I think I'll just use the borax. Hang on. I'm gonna need another barrel. Actually, 2. Yeah. Okay. diluted borax, and then 12 medium hides each barrel. We seal that for roughly 24 hours and it'll be done. I need one more barrel. This one can't be involved in the process. Let's fill these with water though. That's something we can do right now. At least we have no shortage of these barrels, nor the supplies to make more. Okay, now we need oak. We need more oak, really, like I'm all out. So I'm gonna have to try to find an oak tree. So it has to be oak wood or acacia. I can at least start the weak tannin batch right here. The health hammers kind of sound like wind chimes. I can be a fan. I can be a fan of that. It's all right. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna try to find like a beefy oak tree around here. Our woods are unpredictable. Maple. 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 You don't suppose those goats are looking for a new home, do you? We need some cheese. But honestly, I feel like it takes way too long to get the animals producing. I might want to mod it. It takes ages for you to actually go from having an animal to having milk. Like, literally, like, years. You know? God, we have a bunch of maple trees, but the oaks are largely used up. Here's one. It ain't much, but it might be enough for our immediate needs. Okay. $14, huh? I need like 6 more oak. You could make a lot of spears with that flint. Damn straight, buddy. Maple. 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 Pine. Larch. As long as I can see my windmill, it doesn't really matter how far we go. Gotta find a frickin' oak tree. One piece of oak wood. But that's a glimmer of hope. We can find oak here. Home is to my right. I was very deliberate about not turning while going through that brush. Oh shit. Oh my god. I almost stood in that portal too long and caused myself to enter like the gear world. Oh, that is so fucked. That could have just demolished me. I almost crossed over into their realm. Alright, I know where we are. We're at the large lake by our house. My windmill's over there. God, I wish I could just find a little bit more oak. Maples and pines everywhere, but I did plant a bunch of oaks around our base, but I planted them kind of late. Hey. Nice. Hey, Zuzi, welcome, sweetie. I'm so happy to hear from you. Yeah, I'm still going strong. Still going strong. You're off work right now, aren't you? No, it's... Yeah, you're off work. Right on. I was worried about you. Normally you check in at lunch. I was worried. But I'm happy to hear from you, sweetie, and I look forward to having you come home. I washed all the big pots and pans that I dirtied. There's nothing for you to clean, except a bunch of plates and stuff. Yeah. No, I could do those too tomorrow. I'm just fucking with you, but come home. Come on home. I thawed that salmon. We can have salmon for dinner. Something nice and quick to cook, but also very nutritious and enjoyable. You're wanted home. Come home. All right. Yeah, I can't really find any more oak. At least not when it's this dark. So we're just gonna go home. I can start producing, at the very least, I did get enough where I can start producing the weak tannin in the barrels that will eventually become strong tannin. We can do step 1, and then we'll find what we need for step 2. A goat. Honestly, man, I do kind of want to try to domesticate animals. All right, deposit these and the hides. They go in the next box over. Deposit the meat. Crack open the malachite. Deposit. Put the limestone in here. Good. Right. Okay, right. Yeah, I remember. What'd you have? Did you have the dill pickle sauce stuff? No, you said that you were gonna have the rice meal, because whenever you have dumplings, it gives you the shits, right? That was totally a TMI. Sorry. I had a slimy shit today. It was a massive bowel movement. I had 2 boxes of craft dinner last night, sweetie. 2 boxes, and I ate 3 pieces of chicken, and then I had 2 more pieces of chicken this morning. I had a massive bowel movement. It was pretty slimy, though. Pretty slimy, unfortunately. An unfavorable fecalization. All right, let's make more refractory bricks. I clearly need a lot more than I thought. So, crushed quartz, olivine, bauxite, tier 2 refractory bricks. We're gonna make even more. I don't have that much crushed quartz, though. Like, we're almost out of our crushed quartz. Yeah, this is the best I can do for now. But we do have a lot of fire clay left over. I don't want to go below tier 2 refractory bricks. So we'll just go get more quartz later. But for now, let's set up our little clay firing zone. Okay. We're making a whole bunch. And I don't know if it's going to be enough to finish the steel making area, but we'll see. You had a pretty unpleasant shit afterwards. Yeah. You did have I knew you couldn't resist the dill pickle sauce, dude. Ah. Oh, god damn. It was, of course it was good, of course. Damn straight. Yeah, we'll get nice and cozy tonight. Okay. Let's make those bricks. Let's get everything set up. However, the dry grass might be a problem. I need more dry grass. It's possible that I should have made a beehive kiln long before this point, because I don't think I would need dry grass and stuff if I had the beehive kiln, would I? Yeah, it's entirely possible that I should have done the beehive kiln first, but that, again, attempt 28 is waiting, and, you know, these lessons are important. We need to go to sleep, and then I have to go seek out oak wood, dry grass, sticks. Yeah. I look forward to seeing you come home, sweetie pie. Okay, 9 in the morning. Now, over there across the way, it looks like there's much less snow on the ground. Yeah. It's nice to see that the snow isn't just everywhere. And really, I guess we don't need the beehive kiln if there's still places where I can... If I can still get grass, then we don't even need the beehive kiln, right? But it's if there was snow everywhere, coating every inch of the ground for miles, that's when the beehive kiln would be a far more tempting prospect, because it would alleviate a lot of the tedium with gathering grass. Yeah, we could go shopping together tomorrow. Yeah. When, well, I don't know. When do your parents expect that they'll be going to, what the fuck's it called? The Vietnamese place. Tanda. Yeah, when do your parents think they're going to Tanda? Although we probably couldn't get fresh milk there, but... We can definitely go to get ramen tomorrow, though, for sure. Like, even if it just means going to the convenience store across the street. And I'll go with you. Ugh. We could go before I start working. What do you think we'll find here? Oh my god. Boars. This sow is ready to mate. But honestly, I don't need the ability to farm boars. Like, the only animal I really care about is the goats for the milking. And that's just so I can have 2.5 more HP, right? So... Oh my god. A victim? Victim! Yeah! Yeah! You have... Enemy has been slain. Pentakill. I think I heard another pig over there. Another little piglet. Little pigardine. Can't really see it though. Anyway, let's keep getting dry grass. We're here for an express purpose, and I need to keep my eyes open for a potential oak tree. I do have a lot of trouble finding oak around here though. A lot of trouble indeed. It's... honestly, that's all maple and pine. Let's go somewhere where I might get more oak trees. While we still have daylight, we're gonna want to get that done. Yeah, let's move. Let's roll. Every now and then, when I see a nice cluster of grass, I'll stop and I'll collect it. I know, sweetie. Lidl's just so far. It's so far. We need one of those two-person bicycles. Better yet, maybe you can get your driver's license, sweetie, and then, like, you know, when your parents are home, we could take a little drive down there, you know? Like, yeah. Gotta get your license. I drove us around for 10 years. It's your turn. I really wish I could drive here. It's been too long since I've driven. All right, we have 2 full stacks of dry grass, but the sun's already setting, dude. We gotta get out there. We gotta try to find some oak. We're killing daylight here. You'll be able to play League. You'll be able to berate your teammates and wonder why you're doing all the work and why they're not staying out of your lane. Oh, yeah. Okay, those are maples. I can tell by the tone of the wood already. God damn, we need to find some oak. Let's check over there. That's a pretty densely wooded area. We might be able to come across an oak or two over there. I don't really think I'm gonna manage to hardcore parkour my way across this without getting soaking wet. I'm not wet yet. Let's try to keep that going. It looks like if you regularly jump, you might be able to, like, minimize the accrual of water on your body. I'm still not soaking wet. That's pretty good. Yeah, we have to stay dry because it's winter, right? So, trying to minimize our wetness. All right. Come on, oak tree. Zuzi, I know, but I'm a home bug. Look, I'm out of my house right now. I leave home. I left home to get oak wood. Lies. I will not abide these falsehoods. Let's eat some pie. Tower up here. Get all the sticks we can from this tree before we cut it down. Oh shit, hang on. If I didn't leave the house, then I wouldn't have all that limestone and bauxite. Clearly, I leave the house. All right, I'll see you around 8, sweetie. I'm excited to have you home. Get home safe. Watch out for black people around the trains and subway stations. You know they like to push white European girls such as yourself onto the tracks. And look out for ones that have knives and hatchets too. Okay. Well, we got a lot of sticks, and this tree should give us a whole bunch of oak wood too. We pretty much accomplished what we set out to accomplish today. Let's cut it down. I'll bribe you with a promise of food. It might work, it might work. Anyway, I'll see you in a little bit, sweetie pie. Just get home alive. All right, good. Yeah, we should have everything we need now. Let's get out of here. Yeah. This is another large oak. I may as well just get it. We still have daylight left. Okay, let's pop up here because there's a lot more sticks to be gained from the top of the tree. Okay, let's cut this sucker down. We got a lot of sticks, 2 stacks of sticks, 2 stacks of dry grass, and a shitload of oak wood. But really, we have like more than 2 stacks of sticks. We did great. And we have some more seeds that can be planted. Let's get out of here. Just gotta find my way out of these woods. Right over here. Our base is over there. I have to get across this water. Oh, we're good. Straight shot. Very successful day away from home gathering necessary items, and we'll be able to start firing all those refractory bricks now. I also need to go underground and continue mining quartz. We need more quartz and olivine. The bauxite's been pretty fucking easy. We've just been getting more of it as a matter of course, but the quartz seems to take the longest to gather in large quantities. Okay. The hides are soaked. We'll be able to put them in the weak tannin pretty shortly. Deposit the sticks, the dry grass. I'll actually take those so we can finish setting everything up here. I'm gonna have to move that to make sure that I can put it away when I'm done with it. Yeah, we'll just put it right here. Monsters will be able to spawn in here, but I'm not gonna be coming in here during a temporal storm. Besides, if I leave this burning during a temporal storm, which this will be, then a bunch of monsters might die in here. Let's start lighting everything. What the fuck? What's going on here? Oh, right, I'm missing the peat. Derp derpity derp. Okay. Damn straight she's gonna play Vintage. She's gone now. But yeah, she's gonna be playing Vintage Story. We're gonna get her laptop pretty soon. We're gonna browse for a laptop that we can just buy this weekend. While she's off work, we're gonna be browsing for her device. Possibly even just outright buying one. It just sucks because these days the only video cards that you can easily get are the shitty ones, right? Like the AI powered ones. It's hard, you can't really just find a laptop that comes with a 3080 RTX anymore. Okay, everything's ready. Let's put the torch away. Close that. And let's grab our coal. And set up another batch. Good. Deposit the medium hide, the red meat. We have more fat, bones, tree seeds of a wide variety. I'm gonna plant those around here. They are oak seeds, but put one right here, right there. It's getting harder and harder to find an available square inch where there isn't already a seed planted, but I guess that's a good thing. It's a sign of progress. Okay, now we have 2 maples to be planted. And that's it. Oh yeah, she's getting minimum 32. Yeah, minimum 32. $77 compost. All right, 15 more hours and that bushmeat will start to spoil. We've been waiting a while for it. Let's deposit the coke and the black coal. Now deposit the shears and the scythe. Equip our blades. Deposit the oak. Actually, well, we have to turn over this stuff. That we can't do before the storm starts, but we can totally scrape these hides and put them into the weak tannin. All right, that's step 1. Let's eat. I need more fruit nutrition. We're gonna have some honeycombs. We're eating like a king. Always have what we need. We always have what we need, man. I got fucking meat on the table in here, right? I got honey in there for fruit. We got vegetable pies for grain and veggies. Like, we're killing it. Now let's give the house a once over, as we usually do. Make sure that we're checking the light levels, making sure that we're covered. Anything that spawns in there is fucked, but I doubt anything will. All right, I grabbed that. I opened the door so that monsters might spawn in there and then come out and get burned. What's a framework laptop? Yeah, I don't like the AI slop cards that they got out these days, where it's like it artificially creates frames instead of being like, instead of performing and just like making frames, it like makes fake ones, you know? Okay, yeah, we're ready. Let's go to sleep until this temporal storm begins. But, I mean, if it's what's there, it's what's there. Yeah, as long as Zuzi can game sooner, then I'm kind of okay with it. And the sooner she can game, the sooner she can start, like, working on a channel, trying to get an exit strategy going for her job, that type of thing. My earnings are good, but they're not good enough yet where she can be a stay-at-home wife. Not yet. I'm trying to get there, but not quite there. After like 10 hours of streaming with the viewership I currently have, I can make like 20 bucks a day, but I need to make at least 40 in order for Zuzi to not have to work. It's a laptop that you can choose what's in it? Oh my god. Are there like framework laptop manufacturers? Is there like a framework laptop manufacturer in Czech, do you think? Can't read this, but I don't know. If we could build our own, that would be sick. But well, then I'd have to assume full responsibility if her system didn't have the specs to work properly for a game she wants to play. Like, she wants to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 on her laptop, and that's a beefy game with beefy requirements, and I don't know if my 3080 setup could support KCD2, right? My 3080 laptop works for everything, but there are certain games that are optimized poorly that need the AI frame generation, like Icarus, right? And I don't know if KCD2 is gonna be like one of those games where it performs so poorly that you need fake frames to fill in the gaps. Well, we'll see. I'll look into the framework thing. There's posts. I saw a Reddit post about framework in Czech, but it was written in the Czech language. So Zuzi will, you know, she'll be able to read that, check it out, and let me know what's what. We never get any drifters over here now. You know why it might be, actually? Maybe it's because of the lanterns we have out there. The light level deters spawns, so it's stopping monsters from spawning around the lanterns out here. Which means that if I want to have any monster spawns, I actually have to collect all the lanterns outside. Interesting. Okay, well, it's gonna get us more loot, right? I kind of want monsters rolling up to our door, so. I want that too, Evo, I want that too, but Zuzi gets overwhelmed with the thought of like she has a space next door that she could use, but I don't know, I want her to get a desktop, but she doesn't really want to get a desktop. She wants a laptop so that she can play it anywhere, right? Like she can hang out with her family and play games in the living room, or, you know, she wants that sort of freedom right now. So what we're thinking is that we get her a laptop, and then, you know, we could get her like a desktop later for producing videos and stuff or whatever. But yeah, I totally get the whole like build a PC thing. I'm fucking totally on board with the desktop idea. I have 64 bone arrows. We're just gonna start using those for a while. Yeah, we're getting like no spawns. I have too much light scattered around. Here we go. Finally, step into my office. It's honestly kind of scarier when there's not enemies coming, because you're always waiting for the shoe to drop. Pretty sus. Holy shit. And that's just a tainted drifter. His attack hurt. Yeah, get in here. Alright, we can finally start using those honey sulfur bandages. Ignore the Discord link? Well, you know what? If you're worried that it might be like dangerous webs, just delete the link, you know? Come on, give me more monsters. Not enough enemies. What's my budget? Well, me and Susie have kind of a combined budget. I have some savings. We're thinking like somewhere around the price range of $2 or $3 grand for the laptop. $2 grand preferably, of course, but we know it gets expensive. Holy shit. I need more food. Let's eat. Okay. Yeah, when you said maybe not ignore the Discord link, I was like, holy shit. Is it like malware or what? One of those Somalian websites? Fucking betterliptop.org, you know? Better lock tip. All right, let's have a little nap until dawn. Oh, hang on. Hello, Judy. Good morning. How are you doing today? How are you feeling this morning? I don't really know if there's any more enemies around. It looks okay. All right, I have to make the strong tannin now. So we need 10 oak wood. I don't even think I need that one there. I might, though. Let's eat. Okay, our new batch of coal is done. The refractory bricks most likely are not done yet. Let's go check on how long. 1 hour, 48 minutes. I could actually sleep that away, I think. Right on. Happy to hear that, Judy. Yeah. Your mom's fighting. She's fighting. Yeah, my best friend Mitch, he beat cancer. He beat cancer just the other year. It happens. All right, we now have all of our refractory bricks. I can't make more until we get more quartz, though. So what we have is what we have. We have to hope that it's like enough to finish, right? I need mortar. Brick and mortar. Man, it's almost fucking built. This is killing me, the suspense. Like, will I have enough or will I have to go mining for more quartz? Do I need a block right there? Or... I might. Hang on, let's take a look from in here. Yeah, I definitely need to have a refractory brick block right there, I think. And then boom, boom. All right, so it's telling me what we still need. We don't need much. We have the structure built, it looks like. It looks retarded, but apparently that's it. Like, this is what we need. So the only thing that we seem to be missing is a layer of high quality carbon bearing material, coke or charcoal. We do have coke, we also have charcoal, so we'll put the charcoal there for now. Shit. Right when I'm ready to get it done. So right there. That's not enough, right? It needs like 2 rows, I think. Really, bro? It's weird how it keeps on, like, falling over. Anyway, how is it now? Needs a layer of high-quality carbon-bearing material like coke or charcoal. Okay, what if I do this? Hang on. What if I just make it so it can't slide over? I'm gonna grab those. Put one of these right there. Grab our blade. Maybe, like, we take it from right here. Grab that. And then these. Although I kind of can't do it from here. Okay, put that down. Let's put these grates back down. Grab this. That lantern. Yeah, that should be a layer, like a complete layer, isn't it? Or is that a complete layer? Another block is in the way. Yeah. So what? It has everything it needs now, right? I'm pretty sure. We just need to put the lid there. But we need to have iron to put in it. So at this stage, we need more iron. And I think they have to be iron ingots. We're gonna wanna go mining for more hematite. Which we can do. Apparently the refractory bricks will take damage over time, but now that we've built the main structure, it's like we just have to add bit by bit, right? The upfront cost is massive. Oh, Evo, I appreciate it, buddy, but you've already given me, over the course of your time here, you've given me so much more than that, right? It's just that I always procrastinate getting new tech. Always. I have fucking tape on this right here, and I'm okay with it because what I'm most afraid of is trying out a new piece of tech and maybe it doesn't work well with my OBS settings for my microphone, right? I tweaked this for ages to get it sounding just right, and you know, I have no guarantee that even if I got the Audeze Maxwell headset that, you know, I might have to tweak my settings again. It makes it really hard to switch. All right, let's go get some iron. We're gonna have to go relatively far to get it. It's really deep down here. Over here. All right. Let's make sure we have these support beams and food. It's a damn good thing we put that there. Yeah, right here. Is this a deep drifter? If it's a deep one, then I'm not as worried as I would be if it was... Yeah, fucking deep drifters are Mickey Mouse in comparison to some of the other stuff that we could be seeing here. So let's ignore that, and let's just continue mining. I'll leave these blocks up, though, so that we're kind of covered from flanks. Let's put a pillar right here. We probably don't need it, but it's just for the sake of being a little extra safe. Yeah, I'll never forget how hard it was to get my voice sounding okay. God, dealing with like, there's the equalizer settings, there's the noise gate settings, there's the suppression settings for background noise, like all of it was so hard to figure out. And I'm worried that if I get this new headset and try it out, that it's gonna create a situation where my settings are not tuned to that microphone and they have to be adjusted again. Mind you, I've saved a lot of like internet videos that I used that helped me to figure out those settings, but it would be a labor if I had to change them. Quite a big labor. All right, looks like we're pretty much done going this way. Iron veins are truly massive. Yeah, I experienced that too, Evo. I got a Yeti, and I got a Blue Yeti once, but I returned it because it did not sound good. Apparently it has like built-in equalizer settings and, you know, like a built-in noise gate and everything, and it didn't sound good at all. Oh, I thought that I got hit. No, that's just hunger damage. Okay. That's the one thing that's apparently good about socialism. I'm not gonna be that guy. I don't care what fucking system people live with. Every system's shit. But apparently in socialism, there's like one standard for products. And no matter where you look, no matter who, like every product has to meet the same standard. There's no deviations from it. So it makes life so much easier for the consumer, right? You never have to worry about the inconsistencies like you do in a capitalist free market. In a capitalist free market, you have a bunch of fucking scammy products that just don't work as advertised, trying to take your money so that you don't buy the products that are actually gonna work for you, right? Apparently you don't need to worry about that in a socialist society because everything is so tightly regulated that there's like one standard, right? You can't get better than that standard, but you also can't get worse than it. You know your audio stuff. Yeah. Oh, Warcraft, eh? Right on. Is he playing Classic? It's good to see you. Well, it's good to hear from you, Shibi. It's really good to hear from you, buddy. I feel like I got to play World of Warcraft at just the right time. I started playing it during Wrath of the Lich King, and then the Deathwing update came out right around the time I was getting bored with the game. So like it terraformed the entire world and introduced flying mounts, you know? And it like refreshed it for me. There's an obscene amount of fucking iron in this vein. Oh my god, it just keeps going. God, yeah, you always have to check behind the last one you broke because you always end up finding more, like, behind it. Always. Right? Every time you reach a dead end when you're mining, always just destroy, like, 2 more blocks in that direction. You usually end up uncovering more. Probably not over here. We kind of looped around right here. God, even finding my way out of here is gonna be hard with all the twists and turns and the consistent gathering. But I shouldn't complain about acquiring plenty of iron. We're gonna need it for steel. Do caves collapse? Yes, they do, but not if you follow specific good practices. You can prevent cave-ins from happening if you do. Yeah, there are ways that you can prevent cave-ins. So now I'm gonna break these and see if I uncover any more. No, not that way. Yep. Always, right? Always check your diagonals. Always. Now I have to check the diagonals again. Yep, even more. See? I'm gonna turn around and check the diagonals over here too, because there might be even more. Nope. Jesus, yeah, there's always more, right? It's the difference between getting a lot from a vein and getting a copious excess amount from a vein. We're gonna have fun trying to find our way out of here. All the twists and turns that we've been creating. I have 59 more durability. And we're using every last point of it to get more. Nine more durability. That's it. All right, we gotta get out of here now. Gotta find our way out. There's still so much more iron down here. I can't believe it. I can't believe there's still this much more. Now, where the fuck is the exit to a place like this anyway? Holy shit, dude. Here we go. That's nuts. It's easy to get lost down here. We're gonna need like waypoint markers and shit to find our way out next time. But we got a massive amount of iron for making steel. We should be set. Okay, we're out. Home is over that way. We can see the guiding light that leads us home. Jesus, look at that. Oh my god, that's 4 vanilla stacks of bountiful iron. That's an absurdly high amount of iron. Oh, buddy. Yeah. We're about to enter the Steel Age, guys. It's gonna happen. Beautiful fucking windmill setup. Beautiful. All right, let's crack open all of these. I think I need steel, like iron ingots, in order to make blister steel. Fill the stone coffin to the top with 16 iron ingots and charcoal or coke. Then dig out an empty space 2 blocks below each stone coffin section. This is where you have to place 2 piles of coal or charcoal in order to fire the furnace. You can use a chisel to build a small retaining wall so that the coal doesn't fall to the sides while piling. So what, you actually need to have coal in the coffin and coal underneath, apparently. Look at all that iron, dude. Unreal. We're gonna need to make bloomeries, however, in order to get the actual iron. Fortunately, I'm sitting on a vast wealth of fire clay. We don't have to worry about it as much. Holy shit, that's a lot of iron. We have roughly 2,450 iron. Let's deposit our surplus stones for now. We will have a use for them after. I wonder why you can't make bloomeries out of refractory bricks. All right. I need another pickaxe. I don't even think I have a spare one on hand. I think they're all used up. Okay, fair enough. So where do I put these bloomeries? Normally I would put them in here. Yeah, let's, I'd like to leave the querns where they are. All right, I can only do those for now, but it's enough, I think. I have 4 iron ingots. And this will produce for me 6, 12, 18. So that's enough. That's enough to make our first batch of steel. Hey, De Facto, welcome, buddy. Welcome back to the land of the living. How you doing? All right. Yeah, check it out, De Facto. We have coke furnaces, and I built the fucking steel thing out of tier 2 refractory bricks. We have our pulverizer set up. Everything's looking neat and tidy. Yeah, things are going good, buddy. Things are going real good. Let's get these full of the coal and get them lit. But we are gonna wanna stagger the lighting. Again, right? That's the best way to go about it. So I have to sleep for an hour and a half. Right there, okay. 2 hours to an hour and a half. I just gotta make sure I'm staggering these. Hopefully we have some wind when they're done. All right. We have some good staggering here between all of them. Now we need to sleep 5 hours and 36 minutes, which takes us to 5 p.m. Oh shit. No way do we have 0% wind. Well, that's just our luck. It is what it is. That's how it goes for us, buddy. That's my life. I understand it. I guess I have to just be cool with it. It is what it is. I don't really think praying to the wind gods is gonna change much right now. At least now coal is pretty much a non-issue, so we'll heat up all of them. I don't give a shit. Anyway, I'll try to get done what I can by hand, I suppose. I don't have a pickaxe to bust these open with, though. I'll have to do it by hand. All right. I'm not gonna actually make the ingots, I don't think. We're just gonna remove all the gunk. Oh, but right, then they don't stack. They don't stack if you work on them, so I pretty much have to just keep going as I'm going here. Fucking right, he finished it in time. All right, these aren't really hot enough to work anymore. We'll just amalgamate them with the other stack. And let's grab these ones. They're nice and hot. Oh, wow. Well, there we go, I guess. Fucking 112%. I passed the gods test. I handled it with calmness and grace. So they're like, wind power, you know, like, you shall not want, my son. You have conducted thine self with honor. Alright, let's go grab some standard coal. Maybe just like the brown shit. The brown shit seems to be the stuff that you want to use for the basic tasks like this. These are gonna get brought up to temperature pretty quickly. So I could probably take these off and put on the other ones that cooled down with enough time left to finish heating up the other ones. Yep. That's all of them heated up to a workable temperature. Whosoever shall soever passeth the testeth from the godsith shalleth haveth windeth if. That's exactly what happened. Old Fart, hello buddy, welcome. Where's Old Fart? There he is. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome. Luminox, hello. Hello to you too. Nice to see you. Honestly, Butterman, I liked Chris. I know you changed it to Butter, so it'd be consistent, but like, I don't know, man. I like Chris. Butter gives me the feeling, you know how like when you touch like chicken grease, your hands get slimy, and like you have to wash your hands under hot water to get the grease off, but like you keep scrubbing, and it just doesn't come off? That's how the name Butterman makes me feel, right? Whereas Chris is like crispy chicken skin, you know, or, you know? Maybe that's just my autism, or I don't have autism, but that's my autistic thing. Yeah. Make butter crispy again. Ripper on us, dude. Yeah. Fucking wind goes right down. Yeah. I'll call you Chris, buddy. Oh. Just after 10 a.m. Holy shit, Old Fart. Next thing you know, you'll be smoking the devil's lettuce. What are you doing, buddy? This is the pipeline, guys. This is how it starts. At first, you go on the internet too early, right? And then the devil's lettuce happens. And from there, that's like the pipeline straight to Coke. Old Fart, I'm worried about you, buddy. You're slipping. Happened to a friend of mine once. Yeah, he started going on social media like before 12 noon. Now, you can't even recognize him anymore. He's got the meth teeth. You know what I mean? Well, so far, this is going great. Hell yeah. We're gonna have all the iron ingots that we need to make our first batch of steel. That's right, we're getting there, guys. Steel tools. This iron hammer is almost broken, but we already have a backup prepared for use. We were proactive about it, we made sure. But that's how it starts, old fart. Like, you go online, and then the other kids come around, they're like, hey man, have you ever tried social media? Straight to meth. Straight to meth. It's like the pipeline. It goes straight there, buddy. Me on legal stims for ADHD, watching this at 12 p.m. and getting on the internet at 8 years old. Yeah. Same here, actually, Luminox. I was on Ritalin between the ages of 6 and 11, and I had my first computer. My dad got me my first computer when I was 10. I was jerking off by 11. Didn't take me long to figure it out. Yeah. Oh, buddy. Born too early to be a chronic masturbator, born too late to be a chronic masturbator, but born just in time to be a chronic masturbator. There's a reason why it's so hard to quit jerking off, guys. I've experienced it myself. Like, you become a god when you don't masturbate. You just become like this universally capable being. You just float through life, accomplishment after accomplishment, not giving a fuck, right? That's why it's so hard. You tie yourself down to make it fair for the other men, right? They can only succeed if you sabotage yourself with consistent masturbation. You gotta reduce your capacities with a frequent stream of jizz. That's funny shit. Okay, let's eat another slice of pie, and we are just about ready to start doing some steel making here. That's for steel. We need those 16 iron ingots for steel, but these ones, we're gonna reforge real quick. I need a new pickaxe, for example. Actually, this is gonna cool down and be unworkable soon enough. They're not that hot, but I do have a little bit of time. As long as I have another pickaxe to use, that's the important part. Hell, if I can craft 2, that would be better. But I don't know that I'll be able to get 2 done. No, we totally can't. Too cold to work. Okay, fair enough. But we got 1, and that's good. Put that in there. Toss this in the water. When I was 8, that was 1966. Jesus, buddy. You messed up one of the numbers. 1866. All right, let's equip that. Deposit these axles for now. Why do I have those? I feel like I don't need to be stingy with my power. Like, can't I? Oh, it's because of that. I can't have everything running at once because of the fork in the road, which, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we don't need the health hammers right now. So we're gonna grab these. hook up the other stuff. The pulverizer is gonna continue making crushed bauxite. I need quartz, big time. We need a lot of quartz. Why do I have an extra one of these? You know what? We'll hang it on the wall. It's a spare. We got a spare axle. Okay. Yeah, Judy's mom's going through it. She's going through it. She's got the big C, right? So, shit's going on. Let's deposit the door and the oil lamps. Now, oh my god, we get to start making steel. Let's grab these granite coffin lids and then 16 iron ingots. I think I also need like some charcoal or something. I don't know. I'm gonna take all 3 types because I don't know what's needed. I don't know what works. And I'm gonna build a little something here that looks cleaner. I need to make some pathing stairs. So let's grab some stone and dirt. Stone path stairs. We don't need many. I'll make like 6. All right, and then we need regular stone paths. All right. We now have paths so that we can get there as fast as possible. I need to leave this open, however, so that I can put a staircase going up this way and then attach more paths to it. So that's gonna take me up to the door, right? We have like a way to go down like this. And then I might just keep that filled in. I don't really know. Right, we come up here. So we have the charcoal in there. Close that up. I don't know if I need like an iron hatch door there or anything, but let's see. Oh shit. It's still hot. I need to cool down these iron ingots. Yeah, I happen to think the cure for cancer is actually just extreme fasting. I think low carb helps because science knows now that you feed tumors with sugar and carbs, right? So if you don't have sugar and carbs, you'll be better off. But fasting, the main thing that helps you beat cancer is autophagy. Fasting for long enough that you enter autophagy and your body starts consuming and recycling unwanted cells in the body, like unproductive cells. All right, how do I... Needs a layer of high quality carbon bearing coke or charcoal. All right. Next, add carbuncle ingots. And now it needs, okay. So we do like a layer of one and then a layer of the other. All right, I set it up. The stone coffin is full. And then I seal it, right? Ready to be fired, ignite a pile of coal below each stone coffin half. Below each stone coffin half? Okay, so... And I think that might be falling because it's charcoal. Hang on. Maybe if I use this coke, that won't happen. No, it still falls, but let's get that lit. Hang on. I need a torch. So I have to light this. Well, it keeps falling though. I can't do it because it keeps on falling. What am I supposed to do? Well, I'm all out of coke now. I have to try to stack it with charcoal and hope it doesn't fall. Apparently I need like maybe a chiseled block or something. I don't know. Okay, I think we got it up high enough. And then what? Close that? Hang on. I don't know if it's working really, but I think it is. I mean, that looks pretty crazy, right? It looks like it's working. I'm gonna have to figure out something better for the bottom there, because the coal kind of falls while you're placing it, right? So it makes it hard to do. Now, so tier 2 blocks have a 1 in 20 chance to break. Tier 3 blocks are almost indestructible. All of them work as possible fuel, so I could have even used brown coal for the bottom. You just need charcoal or coke for the top, not the bottom. You must keep adding fuel until the process is complete, which requires 160,000 fuel in total. Okay, so apparently I just need to do a little bit of chisel work here. I have no idea. I think I can figure it out. Hang on. I don't like the look of this. We'll probably make like a clay, like a fire brick path that leads up to it or something later. So, I need a chisel and a hammer. All right, so that's open. I need to go like that. And then I'm gonna seal this. Let's eat. So that should work. Let's chisel this right down. Okay, and then I close that up. So I might need to do a similar access hole in the back of it. Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about this big ass, grand ass fucking setup here. I might try to do something far more smaller and compact. Now that I know sort of what it takes. Let's go grab some dirt. Apparently, I'll need to keep on adding coal. All right. So right, something like that. Nice, simple path down. I mean, we could have a wraparound path like that, or I could just have like one single staircase. I still need to be able to get up there is the thing, right? So maybe we do this instead. But then I can't really get down there, not unless this staircase was moved over a little bit, right? And we're gonna need something kind of the same right here. Oh God. Okay, go back here. Put that there, and then we can chisel it like the last one. As you can see, and as I can see, the fuel level is kind of going down. Apparently, just putting this chiseled block here should stop it from spilling out the way that it has been. Okay, and then seal that up. I might be able to just put like doors there or something later. Yeah, we're gonna figure out our own setup that we kind of like. Oh, maple syrup kind of guy for sure. An iron trapdoor, eh? That is a decent idea, yeah. Then we just open it. I have 2 over here, but they're pretty expensive, so I'm just gonna wait before I make those again. Right now I have a very limited amount of iron, but that is a good idea. Put it aside for later. Can't really fix that by going lower, because then I won't be able to access it just the same. All right, well, let's add some more coal. I don't get it. Oh shit, do I have to add charcoal? Because I used charcoal? That might be the case. Apparently brown coal and stuff works. But I have a lot of charcoal, like we made a lot. But I will have to use charcoal, unfortunately. It looks like it only lets you add whatever type you used. Oh, tell me that's not asking for black coal. No, they're level. It just had only consumed one of them. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the steel making seems messy right now, but we will figure it out. It's working. That iron is being hardened into steel. You know what? Maybe just being able to access it from over here fills the coal in both slots. I don't know. No, that is definitely lower than the other pile. I wonder why it's not adding it. I don't know. It is placed correctly. All the bauxite is now crushed. Let's grab that. We are gonna need more quartz, but I have to stick around until the steel is done. I don't know how long it takes. $160 fuel in total. Assuming a constant supply of fuel, a full firing of steel will take 6.67 days? Oh my god. That's coke. Oh shit, I would need more coke to fill. That's why it's not letting me fill it. Oh god. Okay, let's make more coke then. God, I played myself on my first batch here. I wonder if I can like interrupt the process and change the coal type in there. Either way, I need to eat something. Let's eat. This sucks. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of those. I have to get rid of them. And I gotta approach this from a renewed perspective, knowing what I now know. That's 4% complete. Okay, so it maintains the completion. All I have to do is put a different type of coal there that's in abundance and easy to gather more of. So now I light that, right? 16 brown coal. And the chisel worked. The chiseling thing did work. It's not spilling out anymore. Yeah, it's working. I can check on the progress by opening the door and looking in. I might actually want to just have a ladder that goes down here. Now that I think about it, a ladder's the easiest way, because then I can still have this little staircase to check up there, right? And we'll try to figure out cleaner ways of having this later on. Let's make more ladders. At least the monsters haven't been harassing us too much while we've been trying to figure this out. Yeah, I can come in here, I can check on it. And it does look like you're able to switch the fuel type at will. I need limestone cobblestone, not granite cobblestone. For consistency's sake. Are we all out of No, it's in here. Okay. I wonder if I even need to cover that up. I don't know if I actually have to cover this, like, at all. Honestly, I have no idea. It might still work anyway. And we'll need to process the blister steel the same way that we would process iron blooms. All right, let's go to sleep or something. Pass some time. I want to see if it changes from 4% to something else if I leave that hole open. Yeah, 10% complete, and I left it uncovered, so it looks like I can just leave this wide open if I want. Fair enough. So we topped up the fuel level. Now, if I make the access holes on the side, it would actually be better, because then I wouldn't need to have this weird, like, hole under here, right? All right, let's go get some food. Point is, we figured out how it works, and we know how to make steel now. Let's deposit the black coal, the charcoal. We're gonna need more brown coal. We will get more of it. Put that there. This as well. Let's get some food. So it should be like right here. Yeah, right there. Okay, so maybe let's try to chisel an access point right here at the side. I'll need my hammer. Let's turn 24 leather, okay, and then we have the prepared hides here. We'll switch those over into the strong tannin. Grab our hammer. Oh, hi. All right, we have some light to work with. We're gonna turn these into chisel blocks. And we're gonna try to create a side-facing access point from here. This might be a good time to test out the planer tool. Hang on. We have a planer tool that I should try to use. I haven't gotten a chance to test it out yet, but now's like the perfect time, I think. Yeah, this, the planer. Oh yeah, you guys see that? Shave it right down. Okay. That's way less work than doing it by hand. Wait, I might actually be able to use it both ways. Oh my fucking god, I can. Yo, the planer's sick. See that? We just made that so much easier. We can add more coal from here. Yeah, I can just leave this open. That's way better than doing it over here. Let's get rid of this ladder. Seal this up so that monsters don't spawn there. Okay. You know what? Instead of having a trail going this way, we're gonna do it like that. And then widen this to 3 blocks wide. Wow. Alright, eat that. Maybe I could just have this all be one large path. Right? Yeah, we come down here, we restock the fuel, and over time it completes. And while it's completing, we can go out and we can do other stuff. We don't have to stay here, we just gotta refuel it once in a while in order to keep it going. Easy enough. All right, let's deposit the leather. We have 2 stacks going now. Let's deposit the pathing blocks here. Okay. We have more crushed bauxite now. I might want to store those together. I want to make a mount. Okay, looks like we just need wood of any type and planks as well as leather in the middle. That's really easy to make. I should have made that ages ago. All right. I need oak planks. There we go. All right. And now we can mount these antlers that we have. God, it was that easy the whole time? Jesus. I really like the planer tool. That's useful, dude. That planer was so key. I'm gonna use that all the time now. I had no idea it was that useful. It was amazing. All right, deposit the ladders in here. We have fire clay bricks and refractory bricks. We'll put those in here. I may as well start making this coke. Oh, that's brown coal? Right, yeah, that's what we're supposed to put in there. Okay. Let's deposit the mortar. We don't need it for now. How long until the end game? Honestly, old fart, we're pretty close, buddy. Once we get steel, I'd say we're end game adjacent for sure. So we need to gather more brown coal, and I also need to get more quartz. Let's go see if we can sleep first, though. The more time I can pass to speed this up, the better. Yeah, let's get some rest. 18 months since you quit refined carbs of all types? Jesus, buddy. That's dedication. We're about to have a temporal storm, so I can't really leave right now. We gotta stay home. I need more fruit nutrition, so it's time that I grabbed some honey. Oh, hang on. Let's do this quick before the storm starts. Yeah, see? Just add more. Go back in. We're like 20% of the way to steel now. It is nice to have this much honeycomb on tap. We can always get our fruit nutrition bumped up, you know what I mean? All right. It is time for another raid. Another raid. Can't believe we're making steel, buddy. Zuzi's gonna be home any minute. Oh, and when she is home, I'm gonna pop off of here. We're gonna get comfortable. It's finally her weekend, but we'll be back tomorrow to conclude the steel making process. We worked very long and very hard to get here. Let's enjoy it. Those tier 2 refractory bricks that we have are gonna hold up pretty well. It'll be cheap to replace them now that we have the entire structure made. And we really don't have to worry too much about monster spawns here because I have lanterns everywhere. It's kind of reducing the amount of monster spawns, right? Fruit nutrition looks good. One more honeycomb and we're set for a little while. God, it's almost like suspiciously quiet out during these. It's because we have all that light everywhere. It's stopping the spawns. It's the lanterns. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, the Bowtorns, though, they spawn reliably as ever, don't they? Scared the shit out of me. All right, let's heal up. We got these juicy honey sulfur poultices here. Although I may want to actually have a stack of regular horsetail on top. I don't know. We'll have to rely on passive regen. I don't want to use a 2 health bandage on or a 4 health bandage on a 2 health problem, you know what I mean? So maybe we'll just carry both on us. And then, depending on the extent of our damage, we heal more or less. Let's eat this last honey. Our fruit nutrition is now capped out pretty much. 17 days, the dark ceramic cooking pot. Yeah, man, we are doing so good. We'll eat this meat next and get our protein nutrition up. Yeah, very quiet around here. Good morning, Triro. Good morning. How are you doing? Is steel top tier, or is there a tier above it? I think steel is top tier, yeah. It's like the strongest material you can get. And when you're wearing like full steel plate armor, you're extremely slow. You get really hungry, and your healing is slower. But you become crazy powerful. Like, unimaginably, you mitigate most damage that anything could do to you. The monsters have different tiers of damage. The highest damage that a monster can deal, I think, is like tier 4. But steel plate armor gives you tier 4 protection. So it's like a flat, like 95%, oh my god, 95% damage reduction, no matter what hits you. And it's 95% plus a flat rate of damage reduction as well. So it's like 2 HP plus 95% type thing. I'm gonna have to stop opening the door and stepping outside. It's just risky, right? Way too risky. Yeah, at this point in the playthrough, I have to just make sure I don't make mistakes that get me killed. That's the main thing. I have to keep myself alive by not doing things that I wouldn't do in the early game. It's all early game. Even the late game is the early game. You can still die. Be careful, be cautious. Make smart choices. I do wish I had more enemies to fight, but having a base that's well lit up, you know, it kind of... That's the thing, right? Our base is really well illuminated, so... Hello, gamer fam. How are you doing? Oh, how's your day been? Man, I can't believe we're making steel right now. It's like a fucking, that's been a dream of mine for ages, and I've finally like learned all the step-by-step processes to get there, you know? Alright, let's get our protein nutrition up. We're gonna get fully hungry and then eat this red meat stew, and that's gonna just... That's it. We'll have, like, full nutrition. We're missing what? 450? That means we need to eat... God, well, we're kind of gonna overeat, right? Yeah. Alright, it's capped out. I'm really glad these boat horns are spawning, otherwise I'd have no enemies to fight right now. We're getting way too many arrows all the time. Yeah, we have a lot. The Bowthorn bone arrows. We're working on our, like... We have like 1.5 stacks. What is streaming on YouTube long time? Is it the meta to catch all the sleepers? We've noticed, yeah. Sometimes people say they woke up in my stream because autoplay directed them to it. Look at my nutrition bars, man. Like, we are set. I had to work so hard for the bees and the honey. I don't even feel like the Golden Combs mod is cheaty. We worked so fucking hard for our honey supply, right? It just makes you feel good about how hard you worked in order to make it happen. We're gonna go ahead and slice up a shitload of pie slices. That'll do, actually. Yeah, just under a stack. I gotta go. Yeah, when I really think about it, I could end up getting a fucking, what do you call it? I like going out there and coming back in because it tends to make Bowthorns spawn in my base. Yeah, the storm is waning, but I wouldn't want to get attacked while I'm out there by like a shiver, like a nightmare shiver, right? It does seem like the drifters themselves, the regular ones, they tend to stay away from my base. I would need to pick up all the lanterns before the Temporal Storm started in order to have that not happen. Welcome home, sweetie. Right on. You received gifts from Amazon, like what? Christmas gifts?
Yeah. Check it out.
Is it food? No.
Check it out. I got a new thermos with an Amazon logo. It's electronic. It shows the temperature of whatever you pour inside, and it's stainless steel on the inside. It's like my thermos that I have.
Wow.
Got a t-shirt.
Peak. You gotta hit peak, yeah.
For work.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, no. Size, and they do size higher than that, so I got an X.
Hmm.
It's like a cozy ship. It's 100% copper.
Okay.
They really broke the bank for these.
All right, let's go fill up our steel making area. Hi, check it out. I'm finally up to making steel. It's happened. This is where the steel is made inside this large thing right here. I have to go down here and fill that up with coal to keep on burning. It's 23% complete right now. We're a quarter of the way. Old Fart did some data digging, and steel plate armor actually gives you like 97% damage reduction. Yeah. Dobby is free. What? I had to use 3 for the craft dinner last night, so I figured I'd wash them. No, I didn't do those. Nothing big.
Nothing big, just small.
Yeah. Yeah. I swear, sir, it ain't like that. Okay, yeah, it's totally like that. Oh man, we survived to the 1st of January. Look at that. The steel is 30% complete. Takes fucking 6 days to make 16 ingots of steel. Fucking ridiculous. I can only imagine how hard it's gonna be to get like full steel plate. Anyway, guys, I'm hopping off here. This is it. We're good. I'm gonna log out. We're gonna come back tomorrow in what I think is episode 6, and we're gonna be entering the Steel Age and possibly surviving our first winter ever. Making it to when the snow starts melting. It's a new growing season. The bees start producing again. And let's just see how far it goes, how far we can take it, right? My goal for this series is not just to survive winter, but to complete the Resonance Archives. It's an extremely dangerous quest location, but I'm thinking if I can deck myself out in full steel armor, we can do it. So we keep going. Let's take a look at the armor list real quick. Yeah, I kind of want to see like the iron plate. So steel is the only thing with a protection tier of 4. And if something with an attack tier of 4 hits me when I'm in iron armor, it's gonna ignore like 15% of my damage reduction. That's the catch, right? Yeah, steel plate is probably crazy expensive to make. But we're gonna try to get it done. Anyway, guys, keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. I hope you guys have a good night and a wonderful sleep, or a great rest of your day, depending on whichever hemisphere you call home. And I hope to see you back here tomorrow for continued adventure while we finally, for the first time ever, enter the Steel Age. All right. I'll see you later, guys.